Nobody serenades you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again.
Attend the tale of Maxwell Roth. He sought the footlights like a moth, his sense of timing never off until he opted to collaborate with a hooded reprobate. The blighter and assassin made a deadly double bill. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princes charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming.
That's most definitely what's up.
The curtain rose, the scene was set, they danced a murderous duet, and much deserving blood was let up to the scene wherein they disagreed on who should live and who should bleed, and Maxwell Rothy then received a very bad review. Jokes, 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 and there's daggers and there's cloaks, but behind the scenes the leading players differ on the plot. Laugh, laugh, laugh at the dandy's new red scarf. Now 8 shows a week to Beelzebub is his eternal lot. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princes charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming.
controversial 7 out of 10.
That's most definitely what's up.
It's Patricia.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday the 13th. Happy day. We have some stuff to talk about today. Yeah, Ubisoft stocks are down the drain. Yeah, no, I mean, they've not been doing well for a while. Hate to break it to you. But anyway, we are here. We're rocking, we're rolling. We've got further follow-up news on the PS5 Pro. We have news of an exclusive hands-on preview of Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and the what they say, I haven't watched yet, but word for word, what they say is, we're pleased to say we walked away with excitement and curiosity, but mostly relief. Relief to wave many of our concerns goodbye. So we'll look at that. Ubisoft dropped another Assassin's Creed trailer as well. So we have to look at that. And if we have time, I want to talk about a video that popped across my feed that's like a year old, but it ended up, I think, it still holds true. And it's basically just a discussion of millennial writing in video games, because I have some thoughts there. And I'm sure we all have frustrations. So, yeah. Anyway. Lollipop Chainsaw already passed Concord numbers on Steam. Oh, really? Oh. I mean, to be fair, that's not saying much. But that's the thing whenever you have to say it. It's like, well, technically it did better than Concord or Suicide Squad. And it's like, is that really what we're shooting for now? I think we should be shooting a little higher. Will you stream Dead Rising when it comes out? Maybe. I mean, just to be honest, they sent me that code for the preview video I did. And the game is not very long. I don't know if you've played Dead Rising before, but like the OG one is not very long. And so they sent it and they're like, yeah, you can make a video discussing content in the first, I forget how long it was, but it was like the first few hours at the least. It was a pretty good chunk. And I just ended up playing the whole thing. So I've kind of already played the remake through. I mean, I do think if you're a fan of the OG one, it's worth checking out because there are some amazing quality of life improvements. Like just the ability to be able to aim while walking. Sounds stupid, but it was not there in the original game. You had to press a button to aim and then use like the left stick to aim the gun. So you couldn't like strafe while aiming, which is now just a standard thing in all shooter games. And it makes a lot of the boss fights, honestly, kind of super easy because you can tell they designed it not thinking you would do that. But I mean, I'm not complaining. It's good, but it definitely does change how those encounters work. I just started playing Space Marine 2. It's so awesome. Big GOTY contender. Yeah, I mean, I love Space Marine 2, obviously. But I don't know if they'll give it a nod over stuff like Final Fantasy and Astrobot and stuff like that, you know. I hope it does. I mean, I think games like that deserve to be recognized and deserve to pop off, but time will tell. Will Ubisoft be sold, Luke? So I guess we can follow that up and just discuss that real quick. Jacob, you can decide if this makes sense to turn into like a segment or something, but because I'm honestly not sure if it will make sense, because we did talk about it previously. For one, I saw some YouTubers looking at this as though it were the Ubisoft stock price, not being able to read. So if you saw anybody looking at this particular chart, looking at an ADR 1/5 ordinary share, go and make fun of them incessantly, okay? Having said that, when we go to the actual thing, I mean, if we go back 5 years, they're down close to 84%. And I want to get something out of the way up front. Having stock prices drop does not mean that your company is all of a sudden insolvent, okay? This represents a valuation. It doesn't represent how the thing is necessarily able to operate at the moment. So, a great example of this recently was like Carvana. I don't know if you guys have seen Carvana, but Carvana right now, oh, 141. Wow. You know what this was trading at relatively recently? Look at this. They dropped all the way down into this like sub $10 range in like April of last year. Plummeted. Now, obviously, they've made quite a comeback, right? They're actually doing impressively well right now. But this was because companies overvalued them, investors overvalued them during like the COVID era, because everybody was buying cars still with really low interest rates, and they were buying them through this new way, Carvana, on an app, you know? But then they realized, hey, this isn't like some tech company. It's just a car resale company, effectively, right? And so they adjusted the valuation, and it plummeted as a result.
Donated $5
you know?
through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Nobody move. This is a hold-up chat. Stream isn't allowed to continue till I get 150 likes in the bag for stream. Don't be a hero.
Thank you. Thank you, Caleb, for the shout out. Yeah, 150 likes. Ooh, baby, let's get it. Or don't. I'm not your dad. You can do whatever you want. I'm just glad you're here watching. Anyway, but thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. But the point is with this, a company can plummet in stock price. It doesn't change what the company is capable of doing or whether or not it's going to be able to function. Right?
Jason Kiros donated $5 through Super Chat. Regarding the PS5 Pro Digital Foundry said with IGN that it's equivalent to a 4070, which runs you $1,500 for a full PC setup equivalent.
Yeah, I have that video pulled up. We'll look at that because I do want to talk about that, because I've heard, and I've talked about it since they revealed it a few days ago. I think to just say, we'll just buy a PC at this point, I think that's a very disingenuous counter if you're aware of what these things actual price. Because in my view, for a console player to move into the PC space involves a lot of other costs that are not factored in with just looking one-to-one. Like, I've seen people say, oh, you can just get a used PC or used parts, put them together and get something that performs about where the PS5 Pro is expected to perform. And while that's true, I think it's very unrealistic to say that the average console gamer will be able to just go and buy something used and put something together, you know? So anyway, we'll talk about that, but that's, yeah, trust me, we'll get into that. But anyway, what I was saying with this is Carvana plummeted and they were still able to operate as a company pretty well. A lot of people around this time were thinking they were going belly up, and then they've actually recovered and are currently valued over $16.5 billion, okay? So with Ubisoft, is something similar going to happen? Well, if we, look at the overall spread, this is basically where we're at with Ubisoft, where they blew up a lot right around the era of 2018-19, Rainbow's taken off and Assassin's Creed Valhalla takes off. This is right around the time Odyssey was looking like it was going to pop off. And then it started to mellow out. Investors kind of adjusted. Then they got excited again for Valhalla, and then it mellowed out. Then it really started to nosedive. This is not anything that's new for Ubisoft. You know, if you look back here, this was a very steep drop off as well. And it was around 2014 when they were facing buyout potential. So it was in this range. And you see the stock price actually went up. Part of the reason, though, that Ubisoft is valued so low right now is, for one, they don't really have a lot of slam dunks, right? Like, they have Rainbow Six, and they might have Assassin's Creed, but even Assassin's Creed right now, it seems like it's a bit of a hot potato. So who knows how that'll perform. There's reporting that suggests pre-orders for Shadows specifically are actually doing pretty well. But I think one of the factors that's not being considered is that because it's so toxic to talk about AC Shadows right now, a lot of content creators are just not going to bother. And that will affect the bottom line at the end of the day. If YouTubers and streamers and stuff are deciding, I'm just not going to talk about it because I just don't have to deal with all the people in chat. Like, that's going to affect it. You know, it's the organic earned media is going to be much lower than it was for like Valhalla. So we'll see how that plays out. But as for whether Ubisoft sells or not, all we know is that Yves Guillemot and the Guillemot brothers in 2014, 10 years ago to be fair, when they were facing a buyout from Vivendi for more than the company's worth today, they fought it tooth and nail. Very, very forcefully. They tried to like take all the shares together, buy up as many as they could. They tried to issue more shares and then immediately buy those up with friendly people that they knew would not sell to Vivendi. So they have fought off hostile takeovers before, and those were hostile takeovers. There's no evidence to suggest that they're open to a non-hostile or friendly takeover. And even then, that assumes somebody wants to buy them. There is a very real chance that even at this price, Ubisoft is still overvalued, which is why the price keeps dropping. And that's simply because they have, in the opinion of a lot of analysts, way too many employees for the amount of money that they bring in. And they don't have a roster of games that are reliable slam dunks. They might end up popping off. You know, the next 3 or 4 Assassin's Creed games could sell 10, 15, 20 million copies each. That's possible because Assassin's Creed is huge, but it's not as much of a slam dunk as like, yep, next year we're releasing another Call of Duty and that's going to do really well. You know it's going to do really well if it's a Call of Duty. With Ubisoft stuff, you just don't. And that uncertainty is a penalty that's priced in. And that's what is effectively going to give it a discount. Because the one thing investors hate is uncertainty. That's why whenever there's fears of a recession, what happens? Things trade lower because investors have to price in a discount for the risk that they're taking. So they price that in and it makes the prices lower. And when there isn't any real uncertainty, then the price goes higher because they don't have to price in that discount. So for Ubisoft, I mean, I think personally what would be best for the company is new management. I've said that for years. I'm not confident in the Guillemot leadership. I've never met the Guillemot brothers or anything. I apparently was in like the same room. He was in like the CEO of Ubisoft, Yves. He came to like a bar we were at in LA. People after like were like, oh, there he is, walking around. But I've never like gone up to him and met him or anything. But I would say it to his face too. I'm just like, bro. I think you got some great talent. I think you got some great IP. But there's just something where you're having trouble sealing the deal, you know? It's just frustrating. So I think new management would help a lot. I'm not confident that like Xbox is the solution to that, okay? I don't want every major publisher and studio to be owned by Xbox. I don't want everyone to be owned by Sony or Tencent or whatever. Like, I would rather that there were more independent publishers like this. The problem with Ubisoft is that, yeah, they're publicly traded, but they're a family-owned business. And so there's no getting them out. You know, it'd be like trying to have the Trump whatever company run by non-Trump family members. It's just not going to happen. You know, it's part of it. So I don't know if there is a fix, but I do think if the Guillemot brothers were to take an approach of just being like, okay, we're going to bring in some outside managers. We're going to hire some people from some of the best companies in the business. You know, we're going to poach some talent from Sony, some talent from Xbox, some talent from CDPR, some talent from here and there. Then they could probably put together a management team that could fix Ubisoft over the course of like 5-6 years. But I think it's going to take something like that to happen. And the problem with that is that would require the people in charge of Ubisoft to let go of the reins. And I'm not sure that they are ever going to do that. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Ubisoft needs new IPs. I mean, they tried that with X Defiant. It was like supposed to be a brand new shooter IP effectively. That was supposed to be the Call of Duty killer. And it just hasn't really gone anywhere. I think it's a solid game, but I think the no skill based matchmaking was an attempt to placate like try hard COD fans that said they hate skill based matchmaking, but it killed the casual side of the game. And then, you know, it's just gone nowhere. So Siege is very popular, yeah. But that's the thing is Ubisoft has Siege and they have Assassin's Creed. And those are really like Far Cry 6 didn't do better than Far Cry 5. So that performed worse. Most of the other stuff they have is either kind of flatlined or it's performed worse. So I don't know. They just don't have any slam dunks, you know? The two saving graces, yeah. Star Wars Outlaws. There's a big question whether Star Wars Outlaws actually breaks even. And that's just because, frankly, like, Disney taking most likely 30% of every sale, that puts a mighty damper on your ability to break even. That makes it way harder. Way, way harder. So... yeah, they got Far Cry. They're working on a new Far Cry game, but Far Cry also is not like the slam dunk money maker. So, Yves Guillemot said they're going to do remakes, AC1 being the first one because it needs one. You can only play it on PC and older consoles. In 2027, it's the 20th anniversary of the franchise. Yeah, they're going to do remakes. They're pushing into mobile. They're trying all sorts of stuff. And I hope that they figure their stuff out and they're able to put out consistently better games. Because for one, I would like more good games. And two, I think it's good to have competition. Trust me, this PlayStation 5 Pro thing you've been seeing, where Sony is so confident in releasing basically, when you factor everything that should be in the box, like an $800 console that's marginally better than the thing that dropped 4 years ago for hundreds of dollars less. When you factor all that in, like, that is because of this stance that they don't really have any competition right now. They're very emboldened because they basically stand alone and Xbox is just missing in action. I think they will have some good games, but all those good games are going to come to PlayStation, you know? So either way they're where they want to be. And you don't want an industry with no competition. I guarantee you do not want that. Competition is good. So even if you don't personally like Ubisoft games, you should be rooting for them to figure their stuff out and to start making good games that hold these other companies' feet to the fire. Because the more competition there is, the better the price values are, the better the product offerings are, the more ambitious the games get. And that's why you should really, really push for it. And hope for it. Now, to be clear, that does not mean that you overlook severe problems or anything, right? It doesn't mean that we all of a sudden pretend like problems are not there, which I think is the problem. Some people think that being optimistic or open-minded means that you just open your mind so much that all the brain power just falls out. And that's not what we're saying. All we're saying is that you should get all of these games a chance to impress you and earn your dollar. And that doesn't mean that they ever will, but you should at least give them a chance because you need to make sure you reward the good stuff and punish the bad so that they have actual, like, clear guidance on what gamers want. Yeah. Anyway, let's catch up on these real quick. Robert Porter, thank you for the membership. Hello Baby Ghost, thank you for the membership. Papaca99, thank you for that. Kush, thank you for that. Michelle, thank you for that. For the show off. Are these older notifications? I remember reading these off on Wednesday. I don't know, maybe it just happened again. Might be from Wednesday, I'm not sure. Either way, shout out again, Michelle, for the show off tier membership. Will the PS4 or PS5 Pro add frame rates to PS4 games, Luke? Almost, I mean, nothing above what the PS5 is able to do. They already have like a boost thing that they're doing on backwards compatible games. So I would not expect, like, I would assume the question is basically, do you think this will make Bloodborne run at 60? And no. Any extra power needed to hit 60 was present in the base PS5. It's not going to be like, it's not like these PS4 games needed the PS5 Pro to hit 60. The PS5 had plenty of power and overhead. It was just, a lot of games are hard capped, or they're coded in a weird way, or they have the frame rate tied to the physics simulation. So if you increase the frame rate, the game physics break. There's all sorts of weird things like that. That was a problem with Fallout 76 when it launched, is they tied the game's frame rate to player speed. So on versions of the game where you were able to crank the frame rate higher on a high-end PC, it would actually lead to the player being able to move way faster through the map than they were supposed to. Your run speed was like triple what it should be, which is pretty stupid, but pretty funny too. Samaya, thank you for that super chat. There's a video from Daniel Owen where he builds a reasonable PC from PC Part Picker with a 5600 and a 4070, around $1,000, which should beat a PS5 Pro. Yeah, we're gonna look at this Digital Foundry thing here in a minute, because he does have some interesting perspectives, or they do. Richard Ledbetter does, so it'll be interesting. We'll look at that. Caleb, thank you for the 5. Nobody move. Oh, yes. Thank you for the likes, everybody. Jason, thank you for the 5. Regarding the PS5 Pro, Digital Foundry said, oh yeah, it read this one earlier. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're about to look at it. Corkscrew, thank you for the membership. Jason, thank you for the 5. Now I'm canceling my Ubisoft subscription. The Ubisoft of old is dead and Star Wars Outlaws baffled me. I just don't think it's even worth it. Yeah, I mean, I will be honest, the Ubisoft Plus subscription, it makes sense if you're going to play like one game for a month. I don't know why you would keep that subscription like year round. I don't really get it. Take, thank you for that 5. I'm getting tired of the ACIP is dead. Valhalla sold 22 million copies. People need to stop with the BS narratives. Yeah, well, that's the thing you have to remember with AC specifically. It's probably one of the most like siloed franchises in terms of the fan base that is out in gaming right now. AC fans are out there. They're not going on to these channels and comment sections where there's a lot of negativity about the brand. If you want just a great example is you go to one of like Jor Raptor's videos on Assassin's Creed and it's overwhelmingly positive, right? It's hard to find a negative comment in there. You go to this gameplay footage that we're going to look at here in a little bit, like this one from Ubisoft Official, and like there's a lot of people that are just like going off. Funnily enough, a lot of people that also like put their comments into Google Translate and then translated it back to make it look like that. I think Ubisoft didn't realize how many people online, even in the US and English speaking countries, stand pretty hard for Japan. And I think they bit off more than they could chew with this one, honestly. I think that the choice of Yasuke as a playable character will go down in history as one of the most like consequential decisions probably in a long time. Like that was a choice that's going to have wide reaching effects on how that game performs. And normally you would think it really wouldn't have that big of an impact, but it really, I think that one choice that they made probably 4 or 5 years ago is basically going to determine the public narrative of the game. Because that's really where everything started. I know some people are like, well, but they also have in the concept art, they used a banner from a reenactment crew and stuff. To the average gamer, they have no idea what you're talking about. You know, they're not looking at these articles on IGN or VGC or anything. Like they're just looking at the game in the store and being like, oh, that looks good, and then buying it. Okay. So I don't think that that's going to do anything in terms of actually motivating sales. But in terms of motivating the public discourse and the discussions around the game, absolutely the Yasuke decision and what seems to be some let's just say rewriting of the historical record while they're pretending that it's historically grounded. I think that's going to be potentially very very telling. So we'll see. It's going to flop so hard. Maybe Theodore, but then again, other people who are not biased, who are coming in like I think Jor said it was Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming. He's saying internally pre-orders are actually pretty good. But that's what I'm saying is like the people who hate Ubisoft are in their own bubble and just spin and rage and mass downvote like crazy. But the people who like Assassin's Creed are in their own bubble and they're not listening to any of that stuff. Which silo's bigger? I don't know. But I do think it's pretty clear the people who are most upset about Assassin's Creed Shadows are not Assassin's Creed fans, and they were not probably going to buy it anyways. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because I really don't know. But if the leaks are true and the pre-orders are actually pretty strong, I find that fascinating, because if you look at the comment sections, if you look at the like to dislike ratios, if you look at all that stuff, you would think that this game is like nobody's touching it. You would think it's like Dustborn levels of disinterest, but no. Apparently, core Assassin's Creed fans are still interested. They're just not bothering to go into the comment sections and argue with people. They're just like, okay, yeah, no, scream, do whatever you're going to do. So we'll see if it actually translates to copy sales. But yeah, there's tens of millions. I think Joraptor said in the last year, the stats say that over 30 million people, individual players, were playing Assassin's Creed stuff, mostly tied up in like AC, Valhalla, Odyssey, and Origins, and Mirage. 30 million players, like that's crazy. Most IP don't have numbers anywhere near that big. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Philip, thank you for that. What's your next Lego purchase? Yoshi, Mario for me? I don't know. I do like, I saw the Eye of Sauron set. That looked pretty cool. I saw that at the Lego store in Scottsdale at that mall. That looked pretty cool. But I got to build this other stuff. I'm so behind. Oh my God, I'm so behind. What happened with Annapurna? What was the catalyst? I don't think we know yet, Spencer. We'll talk about that here in a few too, but I don't think we know yet. But it was some dispute big enough that the entire staff, like 25, 30 people or something, were willing to resign together, which is crazy. Like, that's insane. So I don't think we know what the impetus was, but we'll look at the Jason Schreier thing. When there's 1,000 people in a room and 5 of them are yelling and shouting, anyone outside is going to believe there's only 5 people in that room. Yeah, well, it's the danger with the vocal minority, which, like, sometimes that's the difficulty with online stuff, though. Like, even with Hogwarts Legacy, there were people that were saying that game was going to flop before it launched, and it ended up being literally the biggest game of 2023. But that was because if you went online, the game was so freaking toxic. You would have thought that everybody was going to like be canceled if they touched that game. And we even had it here. We tried to stream it. And I've told you guys many times. Some of you were here. We had people coming into the chat, typing out the N-word in all caps in chat, 1 letter at a time, to try and get the stream taken down, which was like insane. It's like, don't you guys think maybe you're the bad guys if you do that? It was insane, but it didn't matter, right? But then again, like, Harry Potter is ridiculously huge and has a huge casual appeal. AC Shadows, I know Assassin's Creed has a big casual appeal. I don't know if this particular rendition of Assassin's Creed has a casual appeal. Because we'll talk about the trailer they dropped. I like the Assassin's Creed setting in feudal Japan. I know some people have wanted it forever. For me, I just don't care that much about the Japanese setting. It just doesn't do anything for me. Ancient Egypt, I'm all there. That's like a +1 to the Metacritic for me, or to the review score for me, because I just love Ancient Egypt. I'm a nerd for that. But Japan doesn't do anything for me. I'm just like, okay, whatever. And so for me, it just comes off looking like a more generic Assassin's Creed game, modern era Assassin's Creed game. And I still haven't seen anything that looks particularly compelling. Like Odyssey, I liked the scale, I liked the stories, I liked how every side quest had a story tied to it and there were actual consequence within the role play and stuff. It was actually a pretty decent, semi-fantasy adventure RPG. As an Assassin's Creed game, not very good at all, but as an adventure RPG, a pretty good time. With Shadows, so far, granted they've barely marketed it so far, but for Shadows, I haven't seen anything that really excites me. It's just like, eh. And I think that's the general vibe of a lot of people is, eh. And I'm not sure if you can sell 25 million copies on Drew, thank you for resubbing with Prime as well. 2 months. Ooh, baby. Man, can't believe the Series S would raise the price of the PS5 controllers and make the PS5 Pro $700. Truly the reverse flash of the generation. Yeah, I don't know if there's people trying to blame the Series S for pricing. Maybe indirectly you could get there by being like, oh, it's because the PS5 or the Series S has caused Xbox to perform so poorly that PlayStation's emboldened and can do whatever they want and price this at this higher price point. Maybe you could get there that way, but that seems like a bit of a stretch. And even then, I don't think that really matters. It's still PlayStation's choice to price this in this way, Doesn't really change anything. I just think Ubisoft's engine sucks. Well, they have a few. You'd have to be more specific. Because the engine Snowdrop that they used for Star Wars Outlaws, it has some strengths, some weaknesses. The engine they're using, Anvil, for Assassin's Creed has other strengths and then other shortcomings. But again, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about this now. News segment. So IGN posted Digital Foundry on the PS5 Pro, GTA 6 and others unlikely to hit 60 FPS. There is a lot of cope going on right now, okay? Lots of cope going on right now in the comments and in the discussions about this. I've seen it clipped all over the internet. And I think it's because some people think that there are some dishonest or disingenuous counters to the PS5 Pro. My stance is the PS5 Pro is very expensive for minimal improvements to games that are 4 to 5 years old. And while it is, I'm sure, an impressive piece of tech, right now in 2024, I don't think it makes sense to spend $700 on this thing, or $800 if you want everything that frankly should be in the box. Maybe next year when GTA 6 comes out, if it's like super duper enhanced and looks really good on the PlayStation 6 or PlayStation 5 Pro, Freudian slip, I guess, then maybe you could justify it. But as of right now, I just don't see why you would buy it. I just don't. Unless you're like a YouTuber who can basically write it off and then make videos that will pay for itself, maybe then you could justify it. But I don't know how an average normal human being who is not finding creative ways to trick themselves into spending this money, like a YouTuber. I don't know how else you're gonna do it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Luke's gonna get it, isn't he? I don't think so. Unless they announce like next week or a couple weeks from now, like games that are dropping or a game that's dropping, or like major enhancements to God of War Ragnarok or something. Maybe then I'll get it because I can make videos on it. But even now, if I wanted to get it for business, it comes out in November and there's just nothing to play on it. Like, I don't think a video unboxing it is going to be that interesting. Like, who cares? You know, so I still don't think I get it until probably next year at some point. And I do this for a living. And if I'm having trouble coming up with a reason to get it, like, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? Anyway, let's see what they say.
PS5 Pro was just revealed, and joining us today is Richard Ledbetter from Digital Foundry. It is an honor having you on the show today to discuss the technology and your reaction to this reveal. So what were your thoughts?
Well, first of all, welcome. Thanks for having me. Wow, where do we begin? I think it's a tricky one, right? Because the price is crazy high. We've never seen a console that's quite this expensive before. And the presentation was kind of weird. It wasn't like any Mark Cerny presentation I've seen in the past before. This guy is a technology evangelist. He's got a vision for the future of gaming. And typically, he's given the opportunity to express that vision in his own words with no real limits on, you know, the topics he's going to cover. So the day before the transmission, you know, it said, oh, it's going to be 9 minutes long. It's like, well, you know, the road to PlayStation 5 was 52. I went back and looked at the PlayStation meeting 2016, where they talked about PS4 Pro. That was getting on for an hour as well. So,
geez, an hour long versus this, which is, you know, 9 minutes long. I think it's just the clear takeaway is that they don't have games right now. Oh, you're waiting for me to say more? No, that literally is it. Like, they just don't have games right now. They will. Rumor has it that next year we'll have like Ghost of Tsushima 2, and we'll have probably at least a look at the Horizon multiplayer game. It probably does come out next year, though. And then we also will have like Marathon if it doesn't get delayed. So next year, PlayStation has some games, 2 of them being probably pretty big live service launches, but nonetheless, games. And that's kind of it. Like they just don't have anything. Their big games for this year were Helldivers and then Concord. Like they really thought that Concord was going to pop off. Oh, I almost forgot. They also have Fair Games. Or sorry. Fair Game $. They have that. So maybe that ends up saving the day. But like, if you think sentiment around PlayStation right now is kind of like, just you wait. Because the odds are pretty high that like 4 of the expected games for the next probably 14 to 16 months are Marathon, Fair Game, $, Ghost of Tsushima 2, and then the Horizon online live service game. So 3 of the 4 of those are live service. The Horizon one is expected to have kind of a Fortnite art style that's very like kitschy and campy. Okay, it's been leaked numerous times. That's what we're expecting. Fair Game $. If you have seen that trailer, I don't need to explain to you what that looks like. I think there's the potential that it's novel and interesting, but I think overcoming the cringe is going to be difficult. And then, of course, with what did I say the other one was? Marathon. Marathon might pop off, but Bungie has been really struggling recently, and Marathon has changed very much in the last like year to 2 years, even multiple times within the development team. So who knows what that even ends up being like. But the reason I bring this up is because the odds are pretty high that we get a single showcase or state of play or something, maybe even the one that's maybe going to drop next week or 2 weeks from now or whatever is rumored, where they're going to drop like 4 games and 3 of them are going to be live service games. And probably 2 of them are going to get a lot of blowback. Maybe all 3 of them get a lot of blowback. And if that's the case, like, again, I think PlayStation sentiment is going to drop even lower. And then next year, we do have Death Stranding. That's not a first party game. It's like a licensed exclusive, basically, is what's understood. But Death Stranding 2, I think, will look good. So that comes out next year, presumably, if they don't get delayed. So that will help. I think that one will be a good showcase game. But that probably also comes to PC relatively quickly. So, you know, I just think that there's a real drought in PlayStation's lineup right now, which is funny because was it 2021 or 2022 when Xbox had a crazy drought where they basically didn't have anything for 18 months. And it really hurt Xbox. And PlayStation right now, is it like they have games, technically, they're just games nobody wants, games like Concord. And then they'll have fair games and stuff like that. So effectively, I think it's a bit of a drought and dry spell. But it's going to be really interesting to see how the next year plays out, because I think this is just the first domino in a series of dominoes that are going to start to really test the patience of PlayStation fans. Xbox are still in it. Well, allegedly they have a lineup that is scheduled to release very consistently over the next year and a half to 2 years. If everything they showed this summer does end up releasing when they expect it to, they actually do have a much more robust lineup than PlayStation does. To be fair, they spent, close to probably 80 to 90 billion dollars on total acquisitions over the last decade. So you would really hope they'd have a lot of games coming. But if they actually end up releasing what they showed this summer, they will have way more, especially single player content coming than PlayStation will.
Initially, my thoughts were, well, how much can he actually talk about in 9 minutes? And secondly, they've got a real problem here, because they've got to talk about an enhanced PlayStation experience, but at the same time, they can't say that the standard PlayStation experience is in any way deficient. So I thought that the way that they would do this would be to talk about the base PlayStation 5 first and then go on to the Pro, which is exactly what they did, which is fine, except that cut further into the 9 minutes. So I guess we got maybe 7 minutes of PS5 Pro, really high-level stuff here. And we actually know a lot more about the machine based on the leaks that started March 2024. And that was a little disappointing, because we've got the barest details, but we don't have any context. We don't have the vision behind those details. So that was slightly odd as well. And
they'll probably talk about it, but basically those leaks he's referring to is that the standard, this was reported by The Verge back in April, the standard of what a PlayStation 5 enhanced game is not consistent. So if you're thinking, oh, PS5 enhanced, if I see that sticker on the box, it means it runs at 60 frames, basically on fidelity mode. No. According to The Verge's reporting back in April, that enhanced tag just could mean that the resolution is cranked a little bit. So the example they gave is that if on PlayStation 5, you had a game rendering at 1080p, 30 frames a second, and then it was doing some upscaling to get up to 1440p, let's just say, for that's their main mode. PS5 enhanced could just mean that it goes from 1080p 30 frames a second to even 1280p 30 frames a second, and that would count as PS5 enhanced. So the point is that sticker will not necessarily mean anything hugely significant. It could for some games, but it's up to the developer to optimize it and to refine it.
If we go back to the PlayStation meeting for PS4 Pro, we
I also
had a
like how
similar
he's looked the
presentation that
same for
lacking on YouTube, where
15
They
years.
were trying to talk about the benefits of 4K and HDR without having 4K and HDR, and now they're talking about sort of this enhanced experience, and then they're trying to shoehorn that into a pretty compromised YouTube stream, and that didn't quite work for me. Now, at that event, we had 3 hours afterwards to actually go hands-on with the machine. There was no hands-on this time around. There was a CNET opportunity, an exclusive opportunity that didn't really leave me any much the wiser.
Yeah, and then they also had their video talking about all the enhancements and stuff. I just realized I was covering up his face that whole time. They also had the video for CNET that was encoded at 1080p 30, which even on YouTube, that has not been the standard since really probably 2015, 2016. You know, like right around 2016 is when the PS5 Pro came out, and that's when they started pushing 4K checkerboarded. So the expectation was any video game coverage, if it's premium coverage, whether you're a YouTuber or an industrial group like this, that it was going to be 4K, 1440p at the very, very least. And then CNET comes out with their video talking about the 4K uber improvements to the visuals at 1080p 30. And so nothing looks any better. Like they're doing a side by side of 30 frames versus 60 frames, and the video comparing them is at 30 frames. So it literally won't show you 60. Like it's insane. It's so bad. It's so bad.
You know, I think it's almost like a retrograde step compared to both the PS5 reveal, which was necessarily impacted by COVID. There's not much that could be done there. And then going back to the PlayStation 4 Pro reveal, it was kind of deficient compared to that as well, because nobody's actually seen it apart from the guy at CNET.
The guy at CNET liked it. We know that.
Yeah, well, great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'd like to see that myself.
Why did they choose to give it to CNET too? I haven't heard any clear explanation of that, because I remember CNET like back in the day. I cannot remember any other time where CNET was considered like top of the heap. Like I don't know why you'd go to them for your big console reveal.
Another thing which sort of caused issues for me is that the representative software that was used in the presentation wasn't the best choice, because the first party games are actually really good on the base PlayStation 5. They aren't really, you know, the upgrades are going to be far less pronounced than, let's say, for example, some of the Unreal Engine 5 blurry games that didn't hit 60 frames per second. Those would have been much better candidates for showing the advantages of the machine, right? And, well, what can I say? I'm really sort of bagging on it. But, you know, I probably would have done things a lot differently if I were in charge of it. Yeah.
Well, maybe you could dive into that a little bit, because I look at it and I'm like, okay, you keep talking about sharpness, or you're talking about ray tracing, but you're not really showing us like where is the ray tracing in this shot of Star Wars at the beginning of the presentation. It's just sort of water. That's not the best example of reflective ray tracing anyway. Like if you're talking about shadows, okay, maybe, but I think the Harry Potter shot near the end of the presentation was a little bit better representation of it. But like you said, it was a very strange decision to talk about PSSR, the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, with
They're trying so hard not to say pisser. They're trying so hard. Look at that smirk. He knows. I know they brought it up before, because it's like, it's just too obvious. It's PSSR. You say it fast enough, PSSR. It's pisser, dude. Like, how in Jeff Keighley's Green Earth that got through the marketing teams, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, somebody should screen cap this and we can use it for an emote or something. We could do that. I think we have probably a slot. If we have a mod in here, you should screen cap this. Because that's priceless right there.
Visual demonstration of what it will do without somebody like Mark Cerny diving into how it actually works, what it's actually doing in the background in a more meaningful way. If you had the opportunity, what would you have changed about how you presented these tiny details that showcase the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro?
My answer, before the person who actually knows what he's talking about gives his, I think for one, we needed more like practical hands-on time for one. Okay, so I think they should have sent this out for like previews or invited people like Digital Foundry out to actually see it and talk about it, because I'm sorry, I'm sure the people at CNET are very, very nice. I cannot think of the last time I ever heard like a big tech reveal where I went to CNET to hear the impressions and stuff. Even something like new iPhone reveals or something, I'm not going to CNET, you know? Like, I didn't even know CNET was there. I didn't even know. So Look at the smolder. I just realized. Look at the smolder. That's some Zoolander look right there. Oh, baby. Richard, calm down. Richard. Oh, it's getting hot in here. I think they for one needed hands-on time of people that actually knew what they were talking about. Two, I think the fact that it was so short, the reveal was so short, made it feel as though they were like rushing through before you could notice that maybe there wasn't actually a lot there, which I think is perhaps part of the problem. And then I think you also, just frankly, they need more examples. Like it just doesn't look very good to be like, this is our cutting edge 2024 technology. Let's show you on a game that came out on the last generation of consoles with like The Last of Us Part 2. Last of Us Part 2 is an amazing game in terms of graphical technology. It's beautiful even to this day. But it's just like it came out on the PS4, you know? Like you're basically showing a remastered or enhanced version of a game that ran on 2013 hardware. It just isn't that great of a look. They could have even done like God of War Ragnarok a little bit more, which is a very good looking game. And they did show it. There were a few clips of it, but even those clips were very, very short, very few and far between. And they weren't willing to call out specifically what was enhanced or done. So either they didn't send this to teams for specific enhancements, or the power within the device is not powerful enough to drive like significant enhancements. Either way, it's like not a great look, you know? Because I agree, the difference between performance mode on The Last of Us Part 2 and fidelity mode on PS5 Pro, like that does look way better. The performance mode for The Last of Us Part 2 versus PS5 Pro's version of it. Big graphical difference. You still get 60 frames. Cool. But again, it's a game that ran on last gen hardware. So it's just not a great look. But if they really have no games, I don't know what else they do. There is a potential, maybe, that Sony was going to use some examples from some of their newest, most cutting edge games. And like, did they, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. We've got like 1,400 people watching right now. Does anybody remember, did they show any Helldivers 2 footage in this presentation? I know they definitely didn't show Concord, but I don't think they even showed Helldivers, which is weird because you would think their most successful game of the year, they would showcase their most successful game of the year at their big technological enhancement showcase. But everybody's saying no, they didn't. Which, I think it's interesting. They didn't show any live service stuff at all. Maybe they were like, please don't, let's not tempt fate. But that is surprising to me. I do think that's surprising because that's a conscious choice. You know, like Helldivers 2 and Concord were their big games for this year. And they didn't show either in this presentation showcasing improved technologies. That is very surprising to me. Helldivers engine is extremely outdated though. I don't think you can even buy or use, you can't even get the software the engine is built in. I forget what it's called, but it's like an old coding system that isn't available anymore. But still, you would think that they would have given them all the money and all the preview like dev kits that they needed to enhance Helldivers 2 because it's the biggest game they have this year. And instead they didn't. And that tells me either after the Concord stuff, they got so worried about blowback over live service stuff that they just cut it all out. Or I don't know what the other explanation would be, honestly, because it seems way too obvious to just showcase your biggest game of the year, you know? I don't know why they wouldn't showcase improvements unless it is the case that they couldn't get any big improvements on Helldivers 2, because I don't think Helldivers 2 was even listed among the like enhanced games. I don't think it was. So, like, if it wasn't enhanced, that's also bad. It wasn't. Well, okay. Concord probably looked good on the Pro. Probably, but I mean, it's pretty telling if you don't have graphical improvements done on your biggest game of the year. What does that tell you? That tells me there's some sort of mismanagement going on. If you have the biggest game of the year, Helldivers 2, that happened in February. They've had, what, 6 months? That they've known they had the PS5 Pro coming. They could have sent dev kits to the team over at Arrowhead, and they could have spent 6 months improving it. Even if they didn't expect it to be that big of a hit, they could have worked for the last 6 months on a couple of little bitty improvements, but they didn't have anything. So it's weird. It's weird. Imagine if the demo was all Concord. Well, Doc, I mean, considering that they have gone to the lengths of like marketing the crap out of Concord with like even paying for it to be featured in that anthology series, they really thought that was going to be big. They were willing to put millions on it. So I honestly, it's purely conspiratorial. Oh, the smolder. Purely conspiratorial. There is no evidence to suggest this, but I would not be at all surprised if it was reported, oh, the original showcase was like 20 minutes. And we cut it down to 9 because it featured a lot of Concord stuff. I would not be surprised at all if that's what it was. So maybe we do hear that reporting. I don't know. But it was very, very weird. No matter how you look at it, even if you're a diehard fan who is going to buy a PS5 Pro, you have to admit that it was just kind of weird, you know, just kind of weird. And yes, thank you everybody for the super chats and stuff. I will be going through those here in just a few minutes once we get through this.
I think you need better examples. I think the Gran Turismo one was pretty good because you actually saw an effect that had previously only been seen in the replays and photo mode and stuff, and it was actually there in gameplay. So that was pretty cool. But, you know, I would have liked to have seen the stuff that we do, obviously, which would be like, you know, you see gameplay, you have freeze frames, you have zooms, you have actual explanation of what's going on there. You have a comparison against the standard experience, which they kind of shied away from there because I think they can't show that the standard machine, which the vast majority of people are going to buy, it can't be seen to be that deficient.
I think that's a big part of this. They are terrified of bashing their own product. It's like when Apple announces the newest iPhone, but they're still going to sell the old iPhone or the lower spec iPhone. So like they sell the Pro Max telling you, oh, the 120 hertz refresh rate, whatever they call it, True Motion or whatever. They're like, that high refresh rate is amazing. But they can't say that 60 is bad because that's what all the non-Pro phones run with. So they have to be like, this makes it the most smooth iPhone experience we've ever made. And so they can't, ProMotion. Yeah, they can't even describe this clearly inferior feature set as inferior because then they're basically bad-mouthing their own product. And I think it's the same problem that Sony got themselves into here. Whereas the PS5 Pro, or PS4 Pro rather, it was literally adding a whole feature that the base console didn't have. They're like, the base PS4 is really, really good, but it can't do 4K. Can't do 4K checkerboard. It can't do 4K, period. This new thing can. And that was enough to sell it to a lot of people. Whereas this, it's like, it can do some stuff a little bit better. Money, please. You know, that's about the extent of it.
So, yeah, that's kind of the way I'd have done things. Hogwarts was a bit weird. I mean, that's Unreal Engine 4 ray tracing. This is like the first iteration of Epic's RT implementations there. So it's not great compared to UE5. I would have gone for a UE5 game if they could have found one. Assuming there is one, I'm sure there are. So yeah, I guess, you know, when they
Immortals of Avium could have done. No, too soon. Okay.
They sort of started off with The Last of Us Part 2. You know, obviously that's a PS4 game. That's not the game I would have chosen to debut PlayStation 5 Pro. And secondly, the performance mode in The Last of Us Part 2, it's 1440p, but it doesn't look that bad. But
For real. But even this, like, they can't afford to pick a game that has a really bad performance mode. Like if they had Jedi Survivor, for example, where Jedi Survivor does not have a very good performance mode at all. It looks real bad. It looks like somebody took a Krispy Kreme donut and just rubbed it all over your computer screen. It's really, really rough. But if they had taken that and then shown the side-by-side, granted, if it was actually enhanced, then that could be a big step up. But I think more than anything, like this just has reminded me how frustrating it is for Sony to have not revealed anything at this point. If they had a trailer out for one of their big games, and so they could show that trailer running on the PS5 Pro, I think that would be exciting enough to justify this purchase. Like what they did with The Last of Us Part 2, I believe they revealed The Last of Us Part 2 in 2016. I think. Reveal. When was this? Yeah. Oh, it's so good. December of 2016.
I'll walk
Through the valley of the shadow of death, and I kill people for fun. That was a solid, 3.5 years before it dropped? 3.5 years before? This is like the actual like reveal trailer. Before that, they did the little... Oh no, this is Zima. Okay. For some reason, my brain for a second thought that this section was earlier. But imagine if, like honestly, if they revealed this on the PS5 Pro, I think that this trailer, like this graphical fidelity, would be considered like good for the PS5. That's how insane Naughty Dog at their peak can be. It's just outrageous. But this was running in 2016. How insane is that? So if they were to reveal a trailer like this, say at some event back in the summer, and then they go back through and they show, and this is what the trailer looks like running on the PS5 Pro, what that footage looks like. And you can show a side-by-side of just how improved it can be. That I think would go a long way, but they just have refused to announce anything. So they just have nothing to show except games that launched like 4 or 5 years ago.
You know, PSSR, I mean, DLSS has been, I would say, the most transformative technology in the PC space since its debut, the second iteration of it in 2020. And, you know, to say to higher end enthusiast console users, we've made our own version of this, check it out, it's really good. Look at this comparison. Look at this zoom that we've done up against the standard model. This is like a game-changing improvement. Everything that DLSS has done in the PC space, I think, could have been deployed on the PSSR demos there, but we didn't really see it. I'd like to have seen just some screenshots. Dump some PNGs out there, get them out there, get people looking at it to actually, you know, do their own comparisons. I'm just sort of a bit baffled by all of it, to be honest.
Yeah, even just side by side showing the improved ray tracing, showing, oh, with dense grass in Elden Ring, look at this. Just pull up a bunch of games and show if PSSR really can take the PSSR out of any other potential upscaler like FSR. Show it. And the fact that they don't show it leaves people to believe that maybe it's not actually that much better.
What can I say? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and it was also odd to make the decision to take the shots and then put it in a even smaller box where if you're watching on your phone or you're watching on a device, that it's even harder to tell what they're trying to showcase side by side.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've got our analytics on YouTube that tell us the devices that people are actually watching the content on. And, you know, basically, the last time I looked, which I think was about a year ago, it was over 50% of people are watching on their phone. And that's...
I think it depends on the type of content. For like some of my videos, it's like 80% mobile. A vast majority of people on a lot of content are watching stuff on their phones. They're not watching it on big displays. They're not watching it on their big TV. They're watching it on their phone. Just crazy. But that's why it makes even less sense that like basically on most phones, you're going to have an inch by inch window to see like how big the improvement is, it's just a bad idea.
Numbers only going to be going up. So the concept that you're having to like, strain to actually see what the difference is, it could have been handled a lot better, I think.
What was one thing that the PlayStation 5 Pro does that has you the most excited out of all of the tech that was shown?
Absolutely PSSR, because if we look at what the prime deficiencies are of the base PlayStation 5 experience at the moment, in a lot of multi-platform titles for sure, the Sony first-party games, they've always been really well optimized for the hardware. But, Unreal Engine 5 and, other games like Space Marine 2, that's a good example we should talk about. They're necessarily cramming in a huge amount of detail, but to accommodate that on the GPU, they've got to lower the resolution. And then they upscale it again using FSR2, which isn't particularly good. PSSR is potentially transformative because I reckon even, let's say it's as good as XeSS from Intel or DLSS from NVIDIA. We don't know for sure.
Which DLSS, though? I mean, it's not going to be as good as 3.0 or 3.5. I'll bet you money on that. So then you're like, okay, well, then how good actually is it? Because I just haven't seen anything close to DLSS. DLSS quality is insane.
We haven't seen it properly. But the point is that you can actually use resolutions that low and it will look fine on a 4K screen. But with the additional GPU horsepower, they'll be increasing the resolution as well. So, I'd imagine those 720p base resolution games on PS5, they'll be like 900 or possibly even 1080p. But the transformative thing is the PSSR upscaling pass. And if it's as good as we hope it is, it should be passing for native 4K or very, very close to it. And, what that means is that that's more GPU horsepower that can be diverted not to the amount of pixels that are being rendered, but to the quality of those pixels, which
reminds me of, was it the Ouya reveal where she's like, these are the best pixels. These are the best pixels you can get. It's like, what are you even talking about? What does that even mean?
Means also, of course, that you can have stuff like ray tracing added to the mix. And I'm also pretty sure, in the CNET article, they were talking about 8K Gran Turismo 7, which, that won't be running at native 8K. It will be using PSSR. And that's, I want to see those screenshots, man. I want to play the game. As I said in our DF Direct last night, our 8K capture cards are ready for this. Yeah. We want to see how they're doing it. We want to see how good PSSR is. With Ratchet and Clank and Horizon Forbidden West, we can actually put those head to head against the PC technologies, XeSS and DLSS. We can see just how good the technologies are. So it's a bit disappointing. This is going to sound incredibly arrogant. It's a bit disappointing that we didn't get to see it, and we still haven't seen it based on the quality of the presentation, because, if the stars are aligned, PSSR is going to be game-changing for the console space. And obviously, machine learning in general, the PS5 Pro's machine learning silicon's like 300 tops. It's not insignificant in terms of the amount of compute power that's there. And, that could just be the beginning. If you look at what NVIDIA have done with, ray reconstruction, frame generation, all using that machine learning silicon, there's no reason why that shouldn't be coming to console as well.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why I think, we probably will see a huge leap in performance next generation with, the PlayStation 6 and whatever comes after. Because if they can bring that level of improvement, if they can bring things akin to frame generation, ray reconstruction, and then DLSS level quality upscaling, you can have a decent set of hardware that's able to run very, very visually impressive games at 4K 120. It's insane, but you can do it. It's going to take a lot, and that will mean that the device will be really, really expensive, because I'm expecting they're going to price next-gen consoles at the $700-800 mark. Buckle up for it right now. I would bet you pretty good money that they're going to do that. Does YouTube even support 8K? They do, but the bit rates are, what's the technical term? Ass. So it won't look good. It won't look good. That's why, honestly, if you get to the point where you want to see like really high quality 4K or 8K footage, you have to go to a service that will let you like download the raw footage. Otherwise, like YouTube just compresses the crap out of it. Hopefully they start doing more like enhanced higher bitrate options where you can do that and choose that. I know they've experimented with it where if you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, you can unlock the higher bitrate version. I don't know if they're going to follow through with that. I hope they do because that'll help a lot, but time will tell.
And, PSSR is just the beginning, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that technology is something I would have liked to learn more about. But besides the one recreated demonstration of what it's going to do, he didn't really dive into it. And it's one of the coolest pieces of technology that PlayStation is currently touting for their platform. It's like ray tracing is nice. And what was the other feature that they talk about? Things like Game Boost are interesting, but how does all of that work behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, Game Boost is really interesting. We could be looking, let's cross our fingers here, we could actually be looking at a lock 60 frames per second in Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah.
which would be a console first, even without any upgrades.
I think that would just be a world first because Elden Ring doesn't really run at a locked 60 on PC either. It's pretty rough, even still.
But there's other stuff which I'm finding quite interesting is that when PS4 games were kind of upgraded to run on PS5, the developers had to move those existing games onto the new SDKs in order to tap into the new PS5 features. What's happening with PS5 Pro is that they've recognized that that was a weakness, and PSSR is going to be able to be integrated into games that were created on prior SDKs. And that's pretty awesome because that means that there's a fast and simple path for developers to be able to access what I think is going to be the killer feature of PS5 Pro on the library of games that are already out there. It's potentially quite exciting.
Yeah, that seems like an easy win for them. This is something that Xbox has offered with some of their older games just for purchasing the Xbox Series X, and PlayStation has now implemented some cool technology that they're referring to as Game Boost, which unfortunately wasn't really displayed in the presentation. So another
that's an interesting point.
Decision.
How do you demonstrate Game Boost without showing that the experience is deficient on your standard console that's going to be selling millions of units, right? That's the big quandary. I mean, if you go back to PS4 Pro, it was really easy. It was like 4K screens are coming. And here's the machine that we're making for that. Oh, and by the way, it's actually going to improve performance if you still got a 1080p screen. There's no display upgrades to hang this piece of hardware on. And it's like, well, isn't PlayStation 5 already a 4K machine? And it's like, well, yes.
I think the problem is that they overpromised with the PS5 Pro or PS5 and Series X. And they were like, yeah, we can basically do 4K 60. People are like, oh, really? So like most games are going to be at 4K 60, if not all of them. Yeah, probably. So just be clear. The majority of our games are going to be at 4K 60. So like we'll buy a game in a year or two and they're going to run at 4K 60. Just to be perfectly clear, Mr. Phil Spencer and whoever it was at PlayStation, Jim Ryan. Yes. Yeah. And they overpromised. And now they've failed to deliver. And they can't even really, it seems like a lot of the time, they can't even really get games running better than they did at the end of last generation. Like they're struggling to even hit, upscaled 4K at 30 sometimes. Instead, they're like, oh, we'll do performance mode where it renders at 1440p. And even then, we're struggling to maintain like 40 frames, It's just, I think they really overpromised. And now they're kind of struggling to explain how this makes sense when it should have frankly been this way all along.
And no. But this one, definitely. So, yeah, it's a crazy marketing challenge there for sure.
Were there any differences?
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. It does do 8K videos, says Harrison in YouTube chat. It does. So when they put that 8K logo on the box, what they're basically just saying is it is capable of outputting 8K video. That is technically true. Doesn't mean you should expect 8K video games. No. And I, like, as somebody that kind of understands how insane it would be to get an 8K video game, I know that it's unreasonable to expect a console at the time of launch, like a $400-$500 console 4 years ago, to run 8K games. Like, that clearly is insane and always was, which is why a lot of us like teased it and mocked it. But I think a lot of people didn't realize how unreasonable that was. Like, do you guys remember the Linus Tech Tips video where like he actually did that? Linus Tech Tips 8K. He actually did it. And he's done it a few times. This was like 5 years ago. So this is like comparable to what they would have been doing at around the time of launch. And you see like the insane setup he's had to do to get it working.
Something like an RTX 2080. I mean, they're not quite there, but they're certainly closer to that than they are to a 1080 Ti. Then we ran into another problem. Remember how I had 3 of these DisplayPort to HDMI adapters? Well, these cards only have DisplayPort outputs, so I had to use DisplayPort to DVI, DVI to HDMI, and then that to the TV. So while we are actually running an NVIDIA Mosaic configuration here, and we can see that if we pull up the NVIDIA control panel, and theoretically when we go to manage GPU utilization here, we're running an SLI. But the SLI menu item went away once we configured Mosaic, and it doesn't appear that our second GPU is actually doing anything. For now, this is what we're stuck with, though. And
like, insanely difficult to get this working at all. And even then, it requires a kind of Frankenstein operation, and the games do not run well, like, at all.
This close to it, honestly, is very comfortable in terms of the detail of the game. Like, even at the max zoom level. Let's go ahead and find one of our woodcutters again here. This guy walking his cow. That is unfreaking believable. I don't even have anti-aliasing on.
Yeah, with 8K resolutions, you'd be able to get up to like 3 to 4 inches and not see any pixelization. So like, imagine walking up to your 75-inch TV 3 inches away from your face, just right there, and you still can't see any pixelization, no issues at all. That's crazy. But that's also part of why 8K doesn't make any sense for video games, especially because nobody's sitting that close to the TV. You're this close to appreciate that level of detail. But then if you're like, okay, time to like look at my health bar. Hold on. Okay, there's my health, and then the mini bar. Okay, I gotta look at my inventory. Okay, what about my ability wheel? Okay, like, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's stupid. So 4K for now, until people can start getting like ridiculous like 150-inch screens in their house, maybe then you could benefit it from it. But for any normal human being, 8K is just nonsense, frankly. So I agree it technically can do 8K, but anybody who thinks about this for like 5 minutes would realize that the idea of an 8K video game from a console is like ridiculous. It's laughable. I do think they knew what they were doing when they put 8K on the box. Like, they knew that they were going to make people think that they were capable of getting this, but still.
That actually did jump out to you when they were doing the side-by-sides? Because for me, it was the artifacting in the Last of Us presentation and the compression, which was really unfortunate. I was curious, were there any positive benefits that you could actually glean from what they did decide to show us?
I think it was definitely the ray tracing in Gran Turismo 7 because, you know, RT reflections on all the cars, that's pretty awesome. And it's something that's definitely not there on the standard PlayStation 5. So that was the one thing that definitely stood out. You could see that things were improved and better on Hogwarts Legacy. But that was 30 frames per second, which, you know, it isn't really tying into the kind of vision that they were presenting for the machine.
Yeah, which again, like the standards being lower for some enhanced games, presumably Hogwarts Legacy will have the stamp of PS5 Pro Enhanced on it, which is what they said it would have. But all the footage they showed of it is still running at 30, just with some improved ray tracing. So again, like, you just don't really know what you're getting when it says PS5 Pro enhanced. It might mean 60 frames, it might not.
I say, I thought that, going into this presentation, it was like, how are they going to introduce this machine? And I thought that was actually done pretty well. It was like 75% of users want to use the performance modes, but what if you can have the performance mode that actually hits 60 frames per second and also have fidelity quality as well? I think that was pretty compelling. I thought that was pretty good, but, it all kind of went to pot with the examples that we used afterwards.
Yeah, Cerny did say 30 FPS is choppy, so that was a little bit of a dig at
That's a first.
Developers who choose to use that. Yeah. Going into it, could you explain, like, what does 67% more compute units on the GPU, 28% faster memory, resulting in 50 to 45 to 50% faster rendering for, like, what does all that mean? Can you break that down? Like, what benefit will the user actually be seeing from these statistics that they put in the presentation?
That kind of ties into, if you're talking like for like, without any game patches, in theory, we don't know this because we haven't tested it and they haven't actually provided detail. The boost mode there should, in theory, provide 45% of raw compute power to those existing games. So games that are running with dynamic resolution scaling, they should look clearer. They should maybe even hit the upper bounds of the DRS range. They should look clearer. Games that have a GPU-related bottleneck that stops them hitting their target frame rate, they should hit 60 frames per second, assuming that is the target frame rate. That's kind of out-of-the-box improvements. Now, if you're talking about the new games, obviously, again, it means that you can increase resolution, but the actual multiplier, as it were, from image quality is going to come from PSSR. And if you actually look at PS4 Pro compared to PS4, they actually doubled GPU compute there. It was like, forget 45%, it was like doubling, it was like 100% more. They can't do that this time around because of the cost of making a chip that large. So what they have done is introduced machine learning, which is the way forward. I think it's more about efficiency than brute force. Efficiency plus some extra brute force, if you like. But yeah, that's kind of the way it's going to work. Boost mode should be pretty good, I think, if assuming we get the full power of the machine, and then developers will be able to use that extra brute force to maybe use more ray tracing effects, or to increase resolutions, and then increase them again, so to speak, with PSSR. It all sort of comes together there.
Yeah, I do hope they allow more people to have hands-on. There's not a lot of people in this space who do analysis like you do, and I would like to see, like, even if it's not Digital Foundry, just somebody that understands how to showcase 120 frames per second, which was a feature that they were touting, or here's what PSSR is actually doing, because I don't feel like their own presentation fulfilled that need, or the CNET piece, unfortunately.
Right. Sorry, I mean, the point I was going to make is that PSSR is such a big deal because, well, let's put it this way. NVIDIA are now saying that on some games, they're seeing DLSS being used by something like the high 80s to 90% of users are using DLSS. This is like a transformative technology that's been widely adopted that everyone wants because, it's like minimal image quality degradation in exchange for a massive increase in performance.
Yeah, there's very little downside. Whereas, like, I have found for games that have FSR, like if you remember, I think it was Starfield launched with just FSR. It didn't have DLSS for some reason at launch, even though there wasn't like an exclusivity deal or anything. They just didn't put it in for like a week or two after. But for Starfield, like FSR did improve frame rates, but it was so artifacty and it caused so much like ghosting and blurring, and it made text unreadable, and it was just frustrating in comparison. And so people turn it on. And with DLSS, there's very little downside. It's like oh, if I put it on ultra performance or performance, I can see like maybe some lack of clarity in reads or grass and stuff like that. But in general, it looks very, very good. And I just get like an extra 40, 50 frames a second. Whereas FSR, you know, there's a lot more downsides. I do think it's interesting. Let's see, Scared Crowns. I do think, or wait, hold on. Yeah, Scare Crowns. Thank you for that. Over on Twitch, LMAO, people often must use DLSS because the game just runs trash without it. Yeah, well, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg thing, right? Where it's like, wait, does the game run trash without DLSS? Or is DLSS just so good that it's raised my standards? Like if we rewind the clocks 5 years and I was playing a game on PC, with like a mid-range PC, I might be able to expect to hit like 1440p 60 on like medium to maybe high settings on most games. And I would be happy there. With DLSS, all of a sudden I can hit 100 frames or 110 frames or 120 frames with those same settings. So is it that it runs trash without it, or is it just so good that it raises my expectations? So now what was normal or is normal now feels really, really bad in comparison. I do think there certainly are examples of games that run trash and are built to use upscaling to hit the basic target. You know, it's not like, okay, it's playable without DLSS and now it runs even better with. There are examples. I would say Jedi Survivor is a great example again of a game that needed a lot more optimization, ran like trash, and then they just decided to throw an upscaler on it and be like, oh, see, we get better frame rates, so we'll just call it good. We can release now. When they needed like another 6 months to a year of polish because it ran so poorly, especially in the big levels. And so I think it's different for each game. Some games run well enough or at a good level, and then DLSS makes them amazing. And then others run like garbage and DLSS makes them playable. I don't think every game is the same, unfortunately, but I do think you're right that some games that's definitely present.
This is awesome. It's never been seen before on console, working successfully. We've got a poor substitute at the moment in the form of FSR2. Mm-hmm. So to bring that to consoles for the first time is pretty awesome. Also, you remember like going back to the PS3 era, they always used to do those incredible tech demos. You remember all of
the ducks?
The ducks? Yes, everyone remembers the ducks, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure that they've got more technology in the offing, similar to the way NVIDIA has moved on to frame generation and ray reconstruction. You know, let's see some of those demos, make us excited about this thing, not just showing us The Last of Us again.
Yeah. Yeah, right. With the boost and the percentages that we're talking about, do you have any idea what a comparable PC build would be to the PlayStation 5 Pro? Because to me, that $700 price tag with $100 worth of other components puts you in the $800 range. And at some point, I have to imagine people are saying, maybe I should just go to PC at this point because this is quite expensive.
This is something that's been brought up a lot. This is like the big moment from this interview that got clipped and sent around, went like semi-viral and stuff. I think it's interesting. It's a compelling question. I do think his answer will tell you a lot. Because like anybody who has tried to build a PC before knows it's not as simple as just go buy used parts, put them together, and then you got a PC. Okay. For some people, it is that easy. For other people, it is very, very difficult to do that. And it's very daunting to do that too. So we'll let him talk, but I do think that this is a big question that's on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
What do you imagine that would cost?
Probably a fair bit more. I mean, you need to have the GPU that you're going to need. I mean, if you consider a holistic view of all of the different components, the enhanced ray tracing, no AMD GPU has that at the moment. The machine learning block, no AMD GPU has that. It's almost like essentially an NVIDIA style feature set, but made by AMD. And the closest equivalent GPU you'll be looking at would be the RTX 4070. The 4060 is quite close to base PlayStation 5, factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on, I think it was Amazon yesterday, Amazon.com, and the cheapest one of those is $540. So beyond that, you've got to get a CPU, a motherboard, memory, power supply, case, 2 terabyte SSD. So it is going to the costs are going to ramp up, right? Then you have your mitigating factors, which is that you aren't paying however many dollars per year for the glorious honor of being able to play online and have cloud saves. So you've got to kind of, maybe sort of amortize costs over the year to get a proper idea of what the actual comparison is.
Not to mention that games, like if you look at a year of spending on a variety of games on PC, if you're a PC player, versus a year of spending money on those same games but on console, the average spending on PC is going to be significantly lower than on console. And it's because console is a closed system. You can technically go and buy used through like GameStop or something. But even then, like, I don't know if you guys have looked at GameStop recently, but a lot of their used stuff will end up being more expensive than the used stuff, or than the new stuff rather. And it's funny how it works, but a lot of the time, like, it'll end up being that way, which is just really stupid, but that's just how it works. Sometimes it'll flip, of course, the other way, but the used market is certainly less potent than it was before. And a lot of people just end up buying digitally, especially on a console that is digital only out of the box. So I agree, like, you got to factor that in. That effectively discounts the cost of the PC, but the point is, it still is like $1,300 to buy new components to reach something comparable to the PlayStation 5 Pro. And that doesn't even include peripherals like a keyboard, a mouse. If you don't have a computer right now and you're just a console player that plays on your couch, plugged into your TV, you got to get the monitor, you got to get the peripherals, you got to maybe even get a desk if you don't have a desk. I know that for some people it's like, you don't have a desk? When I was a college student, dude, I didn't have a desk. If I needed to go do homework, I went to like the library, or I went to one of the study spaces on campus and I studied there. My bedroom was like a mattress on the floor and then like an old dresser. And like, that was it, So there's a lot of other things to factor in. And the point is, the initial investment is higher. Long-term spending will be lower. You're not paying for online. You're not paying as much for individual games. But I do think it's important to acknowledge that, because to say, for $700, I could build you a PC that performs just as well, I think that's a little disingenuous. Maybe if you're going and buying used components and stuff, you could get there to roughly the same part. But even then, you don't factor in components like peripherals, monitors, stuff like that. And then also the fact that most people who are console gamers and therefore have never had to build a PC and are perhaps not even comfortable going and buying used components. I've built a lot of PCs, and I'm not comfortable buying used components 95% of the time, unless I know the person that's selling it, because I've been burned before. I've bought graphics cards before that have crapped out on me. So like, I'm good. So is it possible to build a PC that performs about as well as a PS5 Pro at the same cost, initial cost? Yeah, I think it is possible, especially with used components. But and I would encourage people to check that out, because I do think you'll be happier in the long term if you do that. And with how all of these games are coming to different, to all of these platforms at the same, after 6 months to a year, you're going to end up playing all the same games anyways. But I think it's just important to note that it's not, I don't think it's very fair to pretend as though it's just like, we'll just go out and buy a PC at the same price and you'll have the same power at the end of the day. That's not true. Like, that's not true.
I do think maybe, though, we might be slightly missing the point, because if you consider what the PS5 Pro is, it's a machine that's designed, I don't think it's for new owners, right? It's for people that have got a PlayStation 5, but they've got the disposable income to have a better PlayStation 5. And I think that these guys are going to have an existing library of PS4 and PS5 titles. And to make the jump out of the PlayStation ecosystem and into the PC ecosystem, then you've got to leave those titles behind. Your entire library that you might have amassed over like 10 years, you've got to leave that behind. You've got to start from scratch, which I think is probably going to be a step too far. So that...
Yeah, that's a good point too. It's a good point. It's daunting to move into a new space, and especially if somebody's going to leave PlayStation behind and go into PC, and they're like a long-term PlayStation fan. I mean, that's a big leap, especially because a lot of PlayStation fans love the community of like platinuming games and stuff. I'm not really somebody that does that a lot, but I know there's a lot of people like that.
That's kind of...
Some ordinary gamer just did a video on this PC chat. On this PC? You mean a PC that is roughly comparable? Well, that's cool.
My viewpoint on that, it's kind of like quite an interesting thing to do, to kind of weigh up the costs of individual components and then factor it up against this $700 price point, which is actually much higher in Europe and certainly in Japan.
Yeah, and to be clear, once you factor in other markets, like if you're in Europe, if you're in the EU versus UK versus Australia, at that point, you're getting really close to a PC being a good bit cheaper. Like, a good bit cheaper. So, make of that what you will. But that definitely is the case. For Australians, I think... Do we have any Australians in chat? What's the... I think it was like $1,200 effectively is what it would be with all of the stuff. Imperium says, yeah, it's like $1,200 here in Australia. Yeah. At that point, it becomes really hard to justify, in my opinion.
And there, the PC argument probably becomes a bit more compelling. However, what if you're not in the PlayStation ecosystem? Because Microsoft is going to be facing exactly the same cost challenges as Sony in producing new hardware. And all of your Xbox games are going to be on PC. Now, what is the remaining factor that stops you from jumping across to PC? And I think that remaining factor is the fact that you can't really have a PC attached to your living room display and have a seamless experience with a joypad. You've kind of... We know this from PC handhelds. And actually, Phil Spencer has kind of admitted that the weakest part of Windows on handhelds is Windows. Windows is going to need to dramatically improve in order to do that. But,
But please, for the love of God, don't try to do Windows 8 again. Please. Please. You all like tiles, don't you? Now it's tiles everywhere.
Valve have basically got there with Steam Deck, right? Mm-hmm. And Microsoft are obviously going to do something very similar. So it's only a matter of time before this choice between console and PC is actually going to become quite a lot more of a head scratcher, but probably less so if you're in the Xbox ecosystem, because you'll be able to play your games on whatever console you got and whatever PC you got. Sony, though, they've got a different challenge. But man, this price for the PS5 Pro is crazy high. It's nuts, right?
Yeah.
I think it's just, again, it's not just the $700 price tag that people are upset about, and anybody who's saying that that's all this is about, I think misses the point. It's the $700 price point and the fact that they've removed stuff from the box that was included in the base model. They've removed the stand, which was previously included. If you bought a PS5 at launch, it came with the black disc stand for both vertical and horizontal. It was cool. It did both. Now they make you spend $30 for it. And then they also took away the disc drive. Let's be honest, to try and force you into just keeping it, or at least compel you into keeping it digital, so that you have to buy everything through their store, which historically has very, very high prices. Same thing with like Nintendo, with their store. So I think that is part of the reason that it is extra kind of insulting for a lot of people. I think that's a big thing. Luke Stevens 3D printed PS5 Pro merch stand merch coming. I don't even know. I'm not a designer. If somebody has like designs that they would want to sell and then I print them and whatever, we could probably do limited runs of that. That could be fun.
Yeah, it is very high. I've had sort of a theory about where Microsoft could go with the console if they're able to solve the challenge of the console user wanting to get in on PC games by allowing storefronts like Epic Games Store on the next console, whatever that may be, while also addressing the interface issues where, you know, people don't want to install new drivers and deal with all of that stuff on console. They just want to sit on the couch and turn it on. If they can solve that and the new console is more open for the enthusiasts like, you know, myself or yourself, who want to get their whole Steam library or add all the storefronts onto one box, I think that would give Sony a run for their money. But
oh, that's an interesting question. Okay, so maybe we do a poll with this. Would you be? What would be the best way to do this? I was trying to type straw poll. I accidentally typed straw poo. Straw poll. Okay, would you be maybe more likely to buy an Xbox if it allowed like Steam, Epic, what's another one? GOG and others on the dashboard or something? So basically, if they release the next Xbox and it allowed you to install other platforms like Steam, so you could play your Steam library presumably on your Xbox, just basically treating it as a PC in a box that you could plug into your TV, would that make you seriously consider it? Maybe if I just say, would you be likely? Like, would that be a compelling feature to you? Let me pop this into chat and we can see. The Ally does all this. Yeah, the ROG Ally is great, but it's just a Windows device. What we're saying is an Xbox that gives you the console experience, but gives you that experience streamlined, allowing you to try other platforms too. Let me pin it so everybody can see it. If you're listening and you need a second to get it, I can pin it real quick. There you go. There you go. Let's see. PC in a box is a downgraded laptop. Not necessarily. If the whole point is, if it is just a PC, yeah, I don't love that. If it is an Xbox like console experience, but allows you to basically run Steam games and stuff and bring your Steam library over, that I would find much more compelling. No mods, no emulators, no buy. Okay. Interesting. I can just connect my PC to my TV. Yeah, but I think a lot of people, like for me, I've got my PC here. My big gaming PC is here on my desk. I have like the family room upstairs. Could I technically buy like one of those Ethernet based HDMI signal things to transport this up to that? Yeah, I could technically do that. But like that's, you know, then you have other problems with like peripherals. How does that work? If I like, will the controller be able to connect all the way through like the walls and ceilings down to this and still be steady? Do I need to get like another crazy like extender for a USB port hub, whatever, to bring up a mouse and keyboard up there? You know, it's like there's many added steps and layers of complexity. So you could, Edgar says, oh, you just need 2 PCs. Yeah, you could do that. I remember back in college, we would do game nights and we'd physically bring out our gaming PCs into the living room and play there. So you can technically do that. But I do think that there would be a market for basically a hybrid of the two. I mean, look at like the Switch. The Switch is a hybrid of a handheld and a family room console. That popped off. Why wouldn't there be a market for a hybrid between a living room console and a PC that has all the benefits of that? You know, so it's potential. 70% of you said that you would be likely to check it out if that were a feature. Pay attention, Xbox. That's interesting. That's a good theory, Destin. I like it.
Let's focus back in on the the PS5 Pro for a second. Do you think it's too expensive? 74% of users on IGN voted, and they think it's way too expensive. What are you thinking about the price? Is this going to end up limiting their sales? What do you think?
I think it obviously will limit their sales, but there's always going to be a core who will pay whatever they can in order to get the best possible experience, and I think that's what this machine is aimed at. However, with that said, this is breaking historical precedents on console pricing. Yes, I mean, I saw the stuff from Jeff Keighley about inflation-adjusted prices and whatnot, but that's not the way the consumer meant.
And it wasn't accurate. He was pricing it based off of the base PS5 with the disc drive. He didn't price it off of the digital version. And he didn't factor in the added price of the disc drive and the vertical stand with his pricing of the PS5 Pro. It's like he fudged the numbers a good bit to make it sound not that bad. And when he got community noted, it revealed that like his post describing the inflation adjusted pricing and everything kind of proved the opposite point, which was that no, this is like way, way, way more than even like the PS4 Pro was consistent with its own predecessor. So I did think that was a little funny. Love you, Jeff, but oof. Oof.
Mentality works. You know, and PS4 Pro, by the way, was like $399, I seem to recall. And now we're up to like, what is it, $699. There's guys in Europe who are paying almost double for a PS5 Pro than they did for a PS4 Pro, which is kind of crazy. My theory on this, and again, I'm just reminded of something that Phil Spencer said, which is that he's questioning whether subsidizing people to buy consoles is actually working, because it's the same people buying consoles gen over gen. The amount of people, console gamers, isn't increasing. It's the same guys buying new hardware, and if your subsidies are not increasing the size of the overall audience, why are you having subsidies? It's not great. And I think what we're seeing with the PlayStation 5 Pro is possibly an experiment from Sony in saying, well, okay, we'll continue to subsidize a bit the standard unit, but the PS5 Pro, we're going to see what happens if we just sell it at cost, or heaven forbid, try to make some actual money on it. And so I think this is possibly why. I mean, going into this, I suspected that it would be a $600 console and we'd get a haircut on pricing on the standard model to kind of widen it out a bit. Instead, it looks like the standard model is staying where it is. And Sony has said that they're having problems with cost reduction.
It's going up.
And then, yes.
Yeah, they raised the price. Sorry.
Yeah, and then we've got the issues with, well, what are we going to do with the PlayStation 5 Pro then? It's got to be more expensive. $200 though, no disk drive. The no disk drive scenario, I knew it was happening. That's why I bought, you can see in the background there, I bought one of those disk drives because I knew this was going to happen. And if it didn't happen, I could just return it. Cynical, but it worked. Anyway, the point is, if you've got...
Cynical, but
here's the weird thing.
I told you
if
so.
You're marketing a Pro console and it has less features than the standard console that's, $200 cheaper, that's shocking. And let's consider the people that are going to be buying PS5 Pro. It's going to be people that are deeply invested in the PlayStation ecosystem. They bought the PlayStation 4. They probably bought the 4 Pro. They've got a lot of disc games, right? Surely, the transition to digital has gained momentum over the years. But the concept that, people who've got physical media can't actually run them on their PS5 Pro unless they spend... Was it $80 or $100 in the US? It's £100 in the UK and €100.
It's £100 and 100. Yeah, it's $80 here in the US. So it's even more disproportionately expensive in Europe and the UK.
In Europe.
For those of you in Australia, how much is the disc drive in Australia, and how much is the stand? Are they roughly 80 and 30? I want to know. Let me know. Also, everybody, thank you so much for the super chats. I'm going to catch up on those here in just a minute. I just want to hear him talk about the about GTA 6.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's that's not great. So it's kind of like a value hit there upon a value hit again where we were expecting $600. So yes, I mean, that's sort of kind of shocking. I think that's what people are taking umbrage at, and I think quite rightfully so. Thing is, though, consumer electronics are just getting more expensive to make, but obviously we're facing the question of, well, when next gen comes along, is that console going to be $700?
Oh.
Surely not.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Like, was it going to be $800, $900 for whatever the most powerful console ends up being down the line? It's sort of a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a lot. They're just getting people used to it, and then they're gonna raise the price again. He never mentions GTA. Really? GTA 6. Okay, no, he does right here.
Colleague Alex said to me this morning, well, what about GTA 6? Is this going to run at 60 frames per second? That's a simulation heavy game historically, and I would say probably not there, which is probably going to upset a lot of people. But every single GTA game has been 30 FPS, sometimes struggling to hit 30 FPS. If they're pushing simulation just as hard in GTA 6, I'm not seeing anything in the PlayStation 5 Pro that's going to get you to 60 FPS if the base machine can't do it. If it can, happy days. But if it can't, unhappy days.
This is like the big and perhaps like most baffling thing about the PS5 Pro is that there's not even like a clock speed improvement. With the PS4 Pro, they had like a boost kind of thing going on where you could specifically increase the clock speed in intense moments with the PS5 or PS4 Pro's CPU to get, I forget what the exact percentage was, but it was like probably something like 30-40% improved CPU performance. With the PS5 Pro, they're claiming like 10% or whatever is the boost mode for PS4 games, for base PS5 games that are specifically not enhanced. So they claim that it can get, it'll go into basically overdrive and it'll really, really push it, but not significantly as far as anybody can tell. And for games that are simulation heavy, that rely and are limited by the CPU, even though the GPU is bigger and better on the PS5 Pro, it won't actually lead to significantly improved performance because it's not relying on, like, the GPU might only be at 80% utilization. It might not even be really the limiting factor. It might be just that the CPU is struggling to keep up. So that's the big thing where it's like, because there's no CPU enhancement, even though this is a more powerful device, you still might not be able to achieve significantly higher frame rates in some of these games because it's not the like GPU that's limiting it. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see. Imperium says PS5 Pro is $1,200 Australian. Disk drive is sold out, but it's meant to be $160. Stand is $50. Jesus. That's insane. That's crazy. Bobby says the GPU for the PS5 Pro won't be that much higher than the Xbox Series X, and the Series X has a better CPU. The difference is on Xbox's platform, if you want to release on the Series X, you also have to release on the Series S, and the Series S has half of the memory. So games are still limited by the memory for the lowest common denominator because it has to be able to run on that. So, like, even if like the Series X has this one thing that it's allegedly more powerful in, there's still just a lot of bottlenecks all the way along the road for cross-platform games, Okay, let me catch up on these real quick, guys, before we move on. Anyway, to wrap all this up, so Jacob has a good endpoint for this clip. To wrap all this up, the point of the PS5 Pro is that, will it be an improvement over the base PS5? Absolutely. Will it be a significant improvement for some games? Probably. Does that make it worth $700-$800, or if you're in Australia, $1,200? Does it make it worth that upgrade price? For most people, as of today, I don't think so. Even for the vast majority of people, I would say, right? Like today, I don't think it's worth it. In a year, in 2 years, once there are games that have been built to take advantage of the added power, maybe then you could justify it. The point is, right now, they have one upcoming game that they are saying is specifically enhanced and better for this, which is Assassin's Creed Shadows. So if you're expecting to play AC Shadows and you want to play that with all of its samurai goodness enhanced, then you could do that and maybe you could justify this to yourself. But I think if you are anybody who has played PlayStation games recently, and you've already played The Last of Us Part 2, like, you don't really need this for that. Like, I just don't think you do. So maybe in the future it'll be worth it. As of right now, I'm really struggling to find a justification that makes sense for it. And even then, I'm really struggling. I love spending money frivolously, okay? It's one of my passions in life. I'm a YouTuber after all. And yet, I can't even come up with a way to justify getting this to myself, okay? I'm really struggling. And I could make videos. I could write it off on my taxes and stuff, discounting it at my corporate tax rate for my business. I could do all of that. And even then, I'm still like, I'll unbox it, make a video, and then it's going to sit on my shelf for 6 months until Fair Games comes out. And then I play that for an afternoon. Like, what are we doing? I really hope that in a year, or not a year, in a month or two, we get like an announcement of some games coming or some updates to games coming in the next 6 months that could then justify it. But the point is, right now, the only stuff that seems to take advantage of it are games that are either like a year old or 4 to 5 years old. And that's just not enough to really get me excited enough to get it. Yeah, odd flex, yeah. Exactly. Where'd you get the Titus statue? The Games Workshop guys sent it over. It's insane. Yeah. If you want to see like a closer up look at it, I did that in a member / patron exclusive video. So if you're a member of Luke Stevens Live, you just go to like the community tab, membership tab, whatever it is on the channel, and you can see that listed in a post, so you can watch that. Okay, let me catch up on these real quick. Thank you, everybody. Let's see. I read that one. Let's see. Jason, thank you for the 5. I'm still an AC fan and have been since the beginning, and AC Valhalla took a baffling step back from me, but AC Shadows is a day one buy, and I'm excited. I just want to see more about it. It's really hard to figure out what their priorities are with the game because we've seen so little. Mike Demeem, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, I can't wait to buy my $800 PS Pro, and I can't wait to play Fair Game $ with an expensive Jim Ryan skin pack. Play it for 2 weeks before it's canceled. LOL. Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the stuff that Joraptor was telling us about Haven Studios and what they're doing, I understand why executives might be excited, because they're like, hey, we have a whole system of developing games where we don't have to be in a studio. We can work entirely remotely through the cloud. I get why executives would be excited about that, but I also, like, I just think that the trailer they dropped looks really bad, man. Like, when was the last time there was a cinematic trailer that looked that bad and then the game ended up popping off and being amazing? It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. I mean, I think it's possible. Like, we'll talk about here in a second the Dragon Age stuff, because that first Dragon Age trailer was real rough. Really cringe. I don't think it was anywhere near as bad as this Fair Games trailer. That Fair Game trailer was rough. But the Dragon Age trailer also wasn't very good. And apparently people, you know, we'll talk about this in a second, but the IGN preview is very, very positive. So we'll talk about that in a second. But maybe Fair Games surprises us, but I would be surprised. I'd be very surprised. Let's see. Lee, since black people could vote, if I recall correct. I don't know what that's in reference to. So I don't know what that super chat's in reference to. Maybe Lee, if you're still here, you could fill us in. I don't understand. I'm thoroughly confused. But I guess thank you for the super chat. You sent another one. I assume Sony is just taking advantage because Nintendo and Microsoft has no new console coming. More of a market share grab at this point, to be honest. See, that super chat makes sense. I can understand that one. Thank you for that. Nintendo, Microsoft don't have a new console coming. I mean, Nintendo literally does. Like first thing next year, there's going to be a new Nintendo console, so I think they can do it. As for Microsoft not having anything, I do think that is a factor, but even just in a vacuum, I think it's just clear that Sony's like, hey, we can do this. Yeah, people might throw a fit, but our fans are still going to buy it. And let's be honest, it's still going to sell out. It's still going to sell out. Like, almost without a doubt. Already the disc drives are selling out. And not everybody who is buying the PS5 Pro is going to be buying a disc drive. And already the disc drives are selling out. So what does that tell you? I mean, it tells me that there even still is a lot of demand for this thing. Nintendo after the holiday season. Yeah, they're going to do the same thing they did with the Switch. Probably like a March to May release. And their goal is to basically have inventory stuff figured out and a decent library by the time the holidays come around, and then just sell crazy amounts of it. That guy, thank you for the super chat. $10, very generous. I feel like the technological process or progress for making higher fidelity games, aka cheaper and easier, happened way faster than the ability to run them, hence the quality mode and performance mode. Yes, I do think that is true. I think we made a lot of leaps in fidelity, and a lot of those leaps were very heavy in terms of what it took to run them. And now developers are trying to catch up and make it run better, which is proving more difficult than they expected. Like ray tracing can lead to amazing improvements in graphical fidelity, but on consoles especially, it is very tough to run ray tracing stuff, and it's mighty heavy. And even that, it doesn't look that good usually on consoles. So I do think they got a little ahead of themselves, for sure. I think you're right. Joey, thank you for that. Odd question. Just wanted some advice about how to go about being a YouTube editor. I think you reach out to smaller creators. Big creators have editors usually already that they have worked with for a long time. Sometimes you might get lucky and one of them might come in and hire you, but I think you go to smaller creators, try to get them, help them kind of build up. And if you can grow with them, then you're in a good spot. Every once in a while, if you've got a really impressive portfolio, then you might get the attention of a bigger creator. Like my TikTok editor, Trevor, who's amazing. He had his own channel and he was producing amazing quality videos and stuff. And I saw them and I was like, hey, if you want work, I've got work. You're very good at this. And the rest is history. So, I hired him and we've been doing that because he's just very, very good. But you got to have the portfolio, because I'll tell you what, each day I probably get between 5 and 15 emails from various people that are offering YouTube editing help or TikTok editing help. And unless they have like a pre-edited demo of what they can do, I won't even like look at their portfolio and stuff, because it's just, there's so many people that flood me with those emails. Let's see. But yeah, just keep hustling. Find a creator you can grow with. I think that's the biggest thing. Kinomansky, thank you for that super chat. Check Google Trends gaming PC last 7 days worldwide. Oh, is it dramatic? Is it dramatic? Let's see. PC. You said PC gaming. Maybe PC gaming topic. Nope, not enough. PC gaming search term. Past. Did you say past 7 days? Looks pretty, or gaming PC is what you're saying. Gaming PC. Oh, that looks about the same. Gaming computer, maybe? PC gaming, I don't know. It looks about the same. Doesn't look like there was any particular surge. Just gaming PC. Gaming PC. Just the search term. Maybe worldwide instead of just the US. Yeah, worldwide there's a peak. It's weird, in the US there isn't a peak, but in worldwide there is a peak. Huh. I wonder, search by region. Oh, in like Germany. Oh, this actually isn't surprising at all. In European countries and in Australia, the countries where it was disproportionately higher priced, in those countries, PC gaming or gaming PC search queries were up a lot. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. That's a good call out, Kinemansky. That's really interesting. Because it pretty much is where it's the most expensive, you're seeing people search for it. Is there anybody in chat from Norway? What is this priced at in Norway? Does Norway use euros, or are they part of the EU? I don't even know. I'm too isolated, fam. I haven't spent time in Finnmark or Troms or Nordland, Nord-Trøndelag, Sør-Trøndelag, Hedmark, Oppland, Møre og Romsdal. Oh God. Sogn og Fjorden, Hordaland, Telemark, Vestfold. I don't know why it's all German. It's just coming off German. I can't do Norway. I don't know. Sorry guys. Subscriber count. People are like, how dare you? Stop, please. Let's see. Some ordinary gamer just did a video on that PC in the chat. Yeah, we did see that one. I think you guys said it was like $1,100 or something. Yeah. Matthews Media, thank you for the 5. Come on, Luke. Lots of people don't buy physical media anymore. I get the physical media fans are upset, but it's a waste to have it anymore. I do think you're right. Not many people buy physical anymore. It's something like 80%, I think, of sales for most games on console are digital. But I think there's a difference between identifying what the trend is and stating what we would like to be the case. I'm somebody, I buy a good amount of digital stuff personally. I do like to collect some physical media, though, as you can see, like on the shelves behind me. But I think there is something to be said for games preservation when it comes to a lot of this stuff where, like, the drop off of physical media makes it so it's much easier for companies like Sony or Xbox or whoever to have a monopoly on the marketplace and then to jack up prices. And you see that like on the App Store, for example. You don't have an option for getting other apps on the App Store in most countries. I think in the EU, there was a lawsuit about it that Apple lost. Same with like the Google Play Store. But when there is a monopoly, you can get away because you've cornered the market on raising prices to wherever you want, and the customers are locked in and don't have a choice, can't get and do anything. So I do think there is something to be said for physical media, or at the very least, opening it up to games being able to be preserved. On PC, people will be like, oh, well, on Steam is super popular. Everybody loves Steam, and they don't have physical media. That's correct. But Steam, let's just be honest, there are many ways to preserve digital media on PC. Let's just there are ways. Yeah, there are ways to preserve it. And so if a game launches on PC, there are ways to save that data, save that copy of the game, and preserve it in different ways. So in 10, 20, 30 years, you could still get it and probably rework it into a way where you could save it and still enjoy it and play it. Console games like Concord, for example, right now, Concord's just gone. Even though it's not like a great game or anything, that is still a piece of gaming history that as of today is just gone. There just is no option. It's just gone. So, like, I don't think that's good. I think we should hope to see games, good or bad, or mediocre, able to be preserved for future generations, because I do think a lot of these things qualify as pieces of art, and I do think that they should be preserved for future generations, you know? Yeah, like Marvel's Avengers or any other game that ends up getting shut down after a long time or even a short time. Those games are just gone. And there's games like that people look back on now. Like, is Evolve even running? Steam DB. Does anybody know if you can even play Evolve right now? I don't know if they shut down the servers or not. Evolve. Evolved is gone. It's offline fully. Yeah, like that's an example. People used to love that game. And it's just gone. Forever. And so, like, that sucks. I think that's bad. Like, that's why I don't like the always online stuff. That's why I would be totally down for there to be, whether it's class action lawsuits or just something to force companies to build in means for protecting those games long term. Just give them some ability to be played offline. Let me catch up on this. Where was I? So anyway, as for whether it's a waste to have it anymore, I understand what you're saying, where it's like, hey, I have no need to buy digital media. Why do I have to effectively pay for a disk drive that I don't want or need? I do understand that sentiment. It's the same thing with like a laptop. Nobody's putting DVDs into their laptop anymore. So why would you want to be forced to buy a DVD drive, whenever you play? Like or buy one. I get that. I totally get what you're saying. I understand that. I think with console games and with a gaming device, it's a little bit different. But ultimately, like, I think your perspective is what's going to be reflected for the rest of the generation and into next generation. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the next generation of consoles don't have any physical media option at all. Maybe they have an option to like plug in a disc drive separately, but all like Blu-ray copies of games are going to be very difficult to find. You won't, like, they'll be out of stock everywhere. So I think that's going to be a big thing. Is it's going to be very, very tough to find them, even if you want them. D4C, thank you for that. What's your take on the marathon hate? As a Destiny vet and Hunt player, I'm excited for this game, but people blame it for the issues in Destiny 2 instead of leadership that planned too many projects. I think there's a lot of skepticism around Marathon because of the poor leadership that's been running Bungie and the poor implementation of all sorts of different projects for Destiny. So as of right now, confidence in Bungie is very low because of how they've run Destiny 2. And so people are looking at Marathon, they're like, why should we believe you that this is going to be really good? And I understand that sentiment, and I don't blame them for feeling that way, because I think we all feel that way. It's like, hey, if you've been screwing this up for years, why are you magically now going to figure it out? And then there's other reporting that comes out where they're changing game directors in the middle of development. They change the direction a lot and shift towards like a hero-based shooter, extraction shooter. Some of the latest stuff from Forbes collected, some like leaks and rumors and stuff, and those seem to be more compelling than just a straight one-to-one hero shooter. But I do think it's fair for people to be very skeptical. I hope it doesn't spill into cynicism, because a lot of people make that mistake, but I hope people give it a chance, because I don't want another studio to go belly up. And honestly, if Marathon flops, I think Bungie is in serious trouble, because that's kind of all they've got right now. Like, they are all hands on deck. This is like the thing. They have to pull it off. So I wish them the best. I hope they figure it out. It's not typically my type of game, so I don't, I'm not really the target audience, but still. Let's see. Where was I? Edgar, thank you for the 20. I was able to make a PC for $1,080 on PC Part Picker for a PS5 Pro equivalent, which is ludicrous considering all the things you can do with PC. I mean, you're kind of preaching to the choir. I'm a PC gamer myself. I love my PC, and I recommend anybody get a PC. But I do think it's important to recognize that for a console gamer who doesn't sit at a desk to play games, they sit on their couch in their living room, plugged into the TV. You got to factor in the other costs of setting up a PC setup. And then even then, I have a friend who is like mortified of PC gaming, and he's like, no, I don't want to sit at a desk like this playing my video games. I want to be laying on the couch with a bucket of popcorn and snacks. That's how I want to play games. And I can't really blame him, because that does sound amazing. That sounds fantastic. But yeah, I mean, if anybody is willing to put up more cash up front, you will save money in the long term, and you'll be able to play a lot more games, and I think in general, the games will be cheaper and often run better on PC anyway. So I'd still consider it. If you like the controller, just get a PlayStation controller, plug it into your PC. You can do that too. But a lot of people also, like Anthony saying, console is just simpler. Yeah, a lot of people just don't want to have to think about it, Isn't physical just a case with a key inside nowadays? Yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, that is basically what it is. But even that upsets people, because they want to be able to play, like, buy a game and then have it so that physical media is the game that 10, 15, 20 years from now they could plug into the console again and still enjoy. Whereas nowadays it's like, the old meme of you open the box and it's a cardboard disc with a code printed on it that you put into the store, so it's not even a physical copy. I agree. Even some discs require online verification before you can play them. I think most console games work like that. So yeah, I mean, it's just, again, it's very clear they're pushing into digital only. That's their goal. Shout it down, Wape. Thank you for the 100 bits. Speaking of the Switch, what price point do you think Nintendo will go for with the successor? The PS5 Pro price really made me think that Nintendo can get away with a $400 console now, as companies chase graphical realness. I think Nintendo's in a real tough spot, because they tend to target a much younger audience. And so they're targeting like parents buying Christmas gifts and stuff. And that is, I mean, that really makes it trickier if you're going to try to raise the price, because a lot of parents have like 1 or 2 or 3 kids, and you cannot get just one of your kids a Switch without a lot of drama. So like if you got a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old, you can't get the 7-year-old a Switch and not the 6-year-old. You can get a family Switch, which is what like some members of my family have done, and that's a good solution. But it's also tricky because it's like a handheld, so one kid wants to take it with him somewhere. It gets messy. And so Nintendo's hope is that parents buy each of their kids a Switch. And I of course I understand why they'd want to do that, because then it's twice as many sales, it's twice as many peripherals and stuff. But I think once you start raising the price, that becomes much, much less likely. And I think a lot more people will start treating it like a standard console, where you have one for the family. It sits on the living room media center, and that's it. So do they raise the price? I frankly think so. Whether it goes to 400 or not, I think that would be big. It just depends. We don't know hardly anything about it, but I think 349 is very, very likely. I would be very surprised if it's at 300. But even then, it might launch like that, and then they might launch a Pro variant much sooner along the line, which just has a better display. I expect the build quality of whatever this next Switch is going to be probably pretty poor, just like the base Switch right now, and they're gonna like really push it and crank it. So yeah, good question though. Thank you for the bits over on Twitch. Let's see. Where else am I? Okay, Edgar, thank you for the 20. Sam S, thank you for the 10 pounds. Here's my copium for Dragon Age the Veilguard being good. Oh, we're about to watch that. We're about to check that out, so don't you worry. Samuel, finally got a good work schedule that fits with the streams. Let's go. Yeah, Samuel, glad to have you here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for that. Just add pro to a word and people go brainless. Yeah, but it has pro, so therefore it's better. Just wait till these gaming companies start putting ultra. That's what Apple started doing. They're like, it's the Pro Max Ultra Deluxe. It's just nonsense. Word salad. JFD, thank you for that. Like iPhone 16 Pro Max is $1,200 in the US. It's $1,750 in Sweden. Crazy. No new iPhone, I guess. Yeah, dude, for real. Jesus Christ. God damn. Kevin, thank you for that. You may have covered it, but if the Pro didn't change anything on the CPU, why would we think games will look better if they require more power? Probably a dumb question as well, not a tech guy. Some games are GPU limited, where they just need more GPU power to render faster. Those are games that are lower CPU intensity, because like only 20% of the CPU is being used, but 100% of the GPU is being used. If you can give it more GPU headroom, then it can do and perform better just by improving the GPU. But if it's a game that's limited by the CPU is at effectively 100% utilization, but the GPU might only be at 50, 60%. In which case, improving the GPU's performance will do nothing. Like, it won't fix the game or make it running better. You might be able to improve like texture quality and stuff like that, but frame rates won't really change because it's reliant on how frequently the CPU can run the simulation and all of that stuff. But yeah, it's a good question. But it's definitely, some games are not going to run any better on this. That's what they were saying about like GTA 6. GTA 6, games like Red Dead, they're not being limited by the GPU. It's the CPU. Jose, thank you for the 20. It'd be best to have both. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah, just because you don't like physical media or don't buy a lot of physical media, like I don't buy a lot of physical media in my day-to-day operations running the channels, but I still appreciate physical media, and I still think that that should be an option for people if they want. I think just removing it is short-sighted. Samaya, thank you for that. I have a gaming PC and I play on the TV on my bed. I have a side mini table which has my wireless keyboard and mouse plus controllers. I find PC gaming more convenient than my PS5. Don't need a desk setup. I mean, that just sounds awesome. So I think you're just winning, Samaya. I think that's the takeaway. I think you're just better than all of us because that sounds awesome. Bill, thank you for that super chat. Anyone else seeing a spider web on Luke's head, or am I hallucinating? That's just my hair. Yeah, that's just my hair. I was going to get a haircut yesterday, but I had to reschedule because I didn't realize I had 2 appointments scheduled at the same time. Oops. I need a shearing real bad, though. Tell you what. Thank you for all the super chats, guys. That's fantastic. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's do this. Let's talk about this. Okay. News segment. Are you ready? So, this is gonna be weird. Are you ready? Full disclosure. Full disclosure. I have played Dragon Age the Veilguard. I've played a lot of it. Like a lot of it. And way more than I would have expected to have gotten the chance to play. If that makes sense. And I also, let me see if I can find, here it is. I met some amazing people. I showed you guys this picture before. Wolfheart was there, another YouTuber. If you don't know, Wolfheart makes some really good content, specifically focused on like GPUs on RPGs. We've been talking too much about the PS5 Pro, but a lot of stuff on like RPGs, analyses of those, and stuff like that. Really, really nice guy, fantastic hair, everything you'd want in a creator. You know, that doesn't have, as somebody in chat said just a few minutes ago, a spider web on their head like me. I need a haircut so bad. But as you can see, he posted this picture on September 5th. We saw some Dragon Age stuff, but you can't look yet. I have many thoughts to gather. And you can see we got the one and only Wolfheart, Luality. I'm over there. There's some other people past me. I'm not sure if they want their face revealed, because a lot of the people there were people that do videos, but only through their voice and stuff. So they don't do face reveals, which is why it's nice that my gigantic melon head is blocking everybody behind me. But we did get to go to try Dragon Age the Veilguard, and we played a lot of it. The reason I'm saying this is because my impressions are lifted on the 19th. That's when the embargo is up, and I'm allowed to talk about it. As a result, this is like a little weird, because I have opinions on the game. I've played a lot of it. And IGN just got the chance to reveal their exclusive first hands-on preview. As a result of that, in this 13-minute video, they talk about their impressions of the game. I've not watched this yet. I've read the first line where they say, "We're pleased to say that we walked away with excitement and curiosity, but mostly relief to wave many of our concerns goodbye." So I have opinions on this. Maybe I agree totally. Maybe I agree even more. Maybe I disagree forcefully. Maybe I think it sucked. Maybe I think it's amazing and a Game of the Year contender. I'm not allowed to tell you. So they sent us an email describing kind of how we should navigate this, because they're like, obviously IGN's impressions are going to go up ahead of time. You're still under embargo, but we don't want you to be we don't want you to be muzzled and not be able to talk about this. So you can talk about it. We just ask that you keep your personal impressions and opinions private until the embargo lifts. And you can talk about what you think of their impressions, but you can't bring up your impressions. So it's a fine line to walk, okay? But basically what this is going to look like is we're going to look at this. And if they say something like, "In our time with the game, we noticed that this combat worked this way and it was good." If I think it was bad, in my experience, I'm not going to verbalize that. I'm going to be like, okay, interesting. If I agree it was really good, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, interesting. But basically, I'm going to look at this from the perspective of myself as of 2 weeks ago, before I played the game. Okay? Why so convoluted? Because that's just where we are, 2024. Ooh, baby. So let's see what IGN thought of Dragon Age the Veilguard. Going into this, I think a lot of people are cautiously optimistic, though I would argue justifiably skeptical, because the last two games from BioWare were colossal flops. And if that doesn't earn skepticism towards this release, I don't know what does. So we held like BGS's feet to the fire with Starfield after Fallout 76. As a result, here we're going to hold their feet to the fire and demand that they impress us. Now, I've already done a skeptical look video where we looked at previews and we looked at interviews and stuff. So we've looked at that. That video went up before I ever, went to this event and saw the game. But my big thing is, I've said that I think they're doing a lot of things right. They're being very transparent with the game. They're not trying to hide it away like they did back with Anthem and Andromeda to a lesser extent. Andromeda, they let people preview it, and those people did say that it was pretty busted ahead of time. But they're doing everything right in terms of transparency, and then they also are, I think, alleviating a lot of the concerns I've had in terms of performance, where they specifically are willing to say things like, actual Spidey. What are you, spider left? There's a spider somewhere. I'm looking. I'm looking through the frame. Oh, wait, there is a spider. Is it hanging from the light? It's hanging from the boom arm. Dude, how did you guys spot that? Oh, I lost it. Oh, no, it's there. Dude, that's insane. Do you see it? Oh my God. How did you guys see that? That's crazy. Okay, Mr. Spidey, we got to go bye-bye. That's crazy. How did you guys see that? I take back everything I said about YouTube compression. I'm very impressed right now. That's crazy. That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, well, screw me. Yeah, the web was there. That's amazing. Yeah. So Bill Longpre with his super chat 10 minutes ago. Anyone else seeing a spider web on Luke's head, or I hallucinate? There was a spider web right here, and somehow you saw it. So you win chat for the day. That's amazing. That's amazing. Okay. Anyway, I don't even remember what I was saying. That's crazy. You broke my brain. Oh, okay. Anyway. So, where was I going? Oh yeah. They've done a lot of things to, I think, quell concerns, specifically with like, saying that it's Steam Deck verified like 2 months ahead of time. That's fantastic. And it seems like they've done other things to increase confidence, which is why these people are saying they have positive opinions. Let's see what they said. But first, a message from our sponsor. No, I'm kidding. Okay, let's go.
It's been 10 long years since Dragon Age Inquisition, and the expectations for the next game in the series, Dragon Age the Veilguard, seem impossible. A full decade, a bevy of behind-the-scenes changes, and an interesting start to its marketing campaign made me a little worried for my most highly anticipated game of the year.
A little worried is a good way of putting it. I'm telling you, I'm breaking. I don't think this is breaking news because everybody talked about this. Like everybody, even before the event, was like, I hope this is better than that first trailer. Everybody, even people at BioWare, were not that impressed with that first trailer, which I thought was very interesting.
I admire you. What you've been through would break most people.
But one of my biggest concerns, based on early previews, was that it could be headed in the direction of being a linear action game rather than its more open-world predecessor. While Dragon Age is known for changing its style with each installment, I hoped dearly that it wouldn't lose too much of the DA DNA I fell in love with. After hours of hands-on time spread across 2 days, I'm pleased to say that I walked away with excitement and curiosity, but mostly relief to wave many of those concerns goodbye.
So specifically, she's saying that the concerns she had that this was not going to be a very robust RPG, those concerns are alleviated. Interesting.
My time with the Veilguard covered a wide smattering of things, including the incredibly expansive character creator, the introductory quests, a faction mission, and a companion quest a little deeper into the game. But
dude, as we look at this footage, just watch the hair physics. The hair physics is crazy. Like, just watch as they're running, as they're like cutscenes, everything. The hair physics is, I cannot think of a game that has done it this impressively in a long time. I mean, since NVIDIA Hairworks were a thing, and even then it was kind of like, kind of looked like you're walking around with ramen noodles on your head. But the, yeah, Stellar Blade 2, but Stellar Blade, I think the over-reliance on FSR and like upscalers on consoles specifically made the hair look really grainy and not great. But even in this footage, which I'm assuming is PC, because that's just typically how this works at preview events. I mean, even in the picture you saw, even if I'm not like saying what it was, where is it? I mean, you can see that we're playing on PC. So I'm assuming that this preview is from the same event that we went to. That's my impression. And so I would assume that this is a PC collection of footage. But still, the hair is crazy.
I was mostly pleased with my ability to just explore Northern Thedas in all its gorgeously designed glory, experiencing a setting in Dragon Age lore that we've really only heard about. To be clear, the Veilguard isn't the open-world playground that Inquisition was. As game director Corinne Bush has previously stated, it's more mission-based. But what impressed me after the first few hours was how much exploration can still be done in the various regions, as well as the impact the player character, Rook, can have on those regions.
And there we go. Easy.
Wow, isn't that something?
Consider it something of a mix of Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. The more streamlined approach of the former,
like, come on, look at that hair. That's crazy.
With the geographically and socio-politically diverse world of the latter. Of course, some of the bigger art style, combat, and gameplay changes will be subject to personal taste. But after my time with the Veilguard, I left feeling like these 10 long years just might have been worth the wait. As fans have already seen from the first gameplay trailer, players are dropped right into the city of Minrathous in the middle of the action as Solas prepares a ritual that will devastate Thedas. Luckily, our old friend Varric has recruited you to help, and it barely takes a couple of minutes for the game to put the focus on Rook.
I had a thought when I saw this sequence, which they've shown before. It opens with the bar fight. Do you guys remember in Mass Effect Andromeda, the bar fight clips that went viral? I wonder if this is like a direct answer to that. To be like, look, it's good now. We can do bar fights now. I really wonder if that was like a conscious choice. Because you remember like the Krabby Cat video where they show like them punching and stuff in the bar fight? Krabby Cat Andromeda. It'll take 2 seconds to show you.
And they
like, where is it? It was the bar fight specifically. And it was like real rough. Oh yeah, when the guns were backwards when they were firing and stuff. It was so bad. Is it this?
Space? You really aren't worth killing, Drogal Strux. Oh, no. Get out. Take your goons with you.
Or maybe this? This, I think, is it. See what I mean? Like, I wonder if this bar fight is like a direct thing of like, see, it's better now, you know? I really wonder if that's what this is. Maybe it's just totally unrelated, which would also be a little funny. But I do wonder if they decided to showcase this just to be like, see, it's not like that. It's way better now. Which it is, to be fair. I mean, this is way better.
After a surprisingly concise story recap from Varric, there are a number of aspects the Veilguard starts easing you into. For one, the combat. Gone are the days of Dragon Age Origins' more CRPG-inspired tactical system, offering a style that's a mix of quick action and a mechanic where you can pause and pull up your radial menu. While this absolutely does take some getting used to, and it'll be a gradual process to create what could be a highly customized build while learning all your companions' different abilities, it didn't take me long to actually start having fun with it. I largely played mage and rogue builds during my hands-on time, and also quickly started to lean on certain companions' abilities. For one, the mage healing ability was essential. For one particularly difficult remnant, I basically established a pattern where I was only using Balara's mana to heal me, dodging and playing it safe when it got too risky. Nev's ability to slow time was also one I kept returning to, offering a bit more control on the battlefield when the situation got a little too fast-paced. And for you glass cannon builds out there, you'll want to have a warrior around to taunt your enemies out of your way.
Oh my god, lock the camera.
No problem.
Jesus.
Like a whole lot in the Veilguard, combat revolves around your companions, even though you can't fully take control of them like in previous Dragon Age games. Different companions have different combo options together, and there are certainly opportunities to build team synergy. Oh, and you'll want to listen to your companions in combat too, as they'll occasionally drop some useful hints. But combat aside, your dialogue choices, your rook's background, and the frequent decisions you make are immediately important, which shouldn't be too surprising for fans of BioWare games. The dialogue wheel is back, of course, as is the approval-disapproval system.
We haven't got a lot of time. Varric said you had a lead on Solus?
You get right to the point.
But I was surprised to see that the Veilguard actually explains the consequences of some of your dialogue choices in very clear terms.
See, you say that.
It's a variation of the so-and-so will remember that system, but more specific.
But we do have Nev's location now, so...
Take, for example, my first confrontation with Solus, aka Fen'Harel, aka the Dreadwolf. I chose a more sarcastic, humorous approach with him, and at the end of our confrontation, text on the side of the screen informed me that I have traded verbal jabs with Solus.
This is your responsibility now.
It was far from the...
I will say I do genuinely like RPGs. Just clearly tell you when something had an effect. Because there's nothing that drives me more crazy than playing an RPG where you think you just made like a big moment, a big choice, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. You know, like that drives me crazy. We're like, that was, oh baby, here we go. Let's see how that comes back to haunt me. And then it has no impact whatsoever. So I appreciate that, as we can see here, like it's almost like the Fallout system. Like, you remember New Vegas? It's like, you've done that, everybody disliked that, or your reputation with this faction dropped. Like, some people think it's a little too on the nose. I love it. I like that clear disclosure.
The only occurrence of this sort of text, and it leaves me curious as to how your relationships with various characters will build and branch out over time based on your attitude. Speaking of consequences, it quickly became clear to me that there would consistently be tons of choices in the Veilguard that'll have lasting results. It probably sounds like I'm stating the obvious here, but I got the sense that even more of these kinds of choices might be peppered throughout than the usual BioWare game. Right at the beginning, for instance,
let me hear that again.
Of these kinds of choices probably sounds like I'm stating the obvious here, but I got the sense that even more of these kinds of choices might be peppered throughout than the usual BioWare game.
Even more like narrative RPG choices might be peppered throughout than a normal, presumably good BioWare game.
Right at the beginning, for instance, I made a choice that led to Harding getting injured, and she was still bruised up for the remainder of the next couple hours. I felt like a real jerk about it, and that was probably the point.
Honestly, pretty impressive bruising too. It's actually not that easy to make like bruises and injuries on characters look good. It's almost like stage makeup. Like, you know, you see a play and it's just like, oh, they put a red on their cheek. That was that. Like, it actually looks like she got pretty effed up. Like,
Dragon Age the Veilguard seemed to be telling me right from the start that I'm going to feel like a jerk a lot.
You don't slow down for much, do you?
Without spoiling too much, you'll also be able to see some of your progression and choices in the environment around you as well. But once introductions were out of the way, it was time to explore the wide world of Thetis and see its past and present collide.
Shall we? Let's do this.
Veil jumping.
As mentioned earlier, one of my biggest worries was that the Veilguard could end up being more linear in its approach, trading branching gameplay for a straight line. And sure, the opening hours, essentially the tutorial zone, are a little railroady, save for a couple key decisions you have to make. But once you're past that and more established within Act 1, you're much more free to tackle quests as you please as you unlock more and more regions. You do this via the Crossroads. For those of you who aren't brushed up on your Dragon Age lore, that's a nexus between the waking world of Thetis and the metaphysical realm of the Fade, through which the ancient elves would travel through magical mirrors called Alluvians. You now use the Alluvians for that same purpose, and to unlock new regions, you have to fight through certain areas of the Crossroads before you can start fast traveling to them. Unlocking said regions opens up a vast network of areas, and not unlike past Dragon Age games, they're dramatically different from one another.
As the gods' champion passed freely, so will you.
Take, for example, the Arlethan Forest, a gorgeous, colorful region that mixes greenery with elven magic. You can see nugs burrow into the grass, magical artifacts abound, and there's a vast array of nature to simply admire. You're hit with a massive tone shift, however, when you head to Hosberg.
Lavendel Village. Whatever happened here looks like Demeter's Crossing.
Currently under siege by the Blight, here is where you'll see some of the more horror-inspired aesthetics, and frankly, just some of the grosser aspects of the Blight. While the Veilguard's tone certainly leans more high fantasy in places like the Crossroads, don't worry. Those who miss the gore and dark fantasy of Origins will find that too in places where the Blight has spread.
This answers a specific question a lot of people have had, which is that they feel like the footage they've seen so far is very lighthearted, very like high fantasy, very like pop culture fantasy. You know, there's not a lot of darkness in it. There's not a lot of depth there, which I understand how some people might prefer that kind of less serious, lower stake fantasy. But I personally like, I love darker fantasy. I love fantasy where it's like there's this amazing power within magic, and it makes sense that people would grow corrupted by it, that there would be evil that persists, that there would be people that use it in violent and destructive ways. And I like to explore those human themes of corruption and power and greed and things in the context of a more magical and fantastical world. And so I've been worried about that as well, is the fact that first trailer made it seem much more lighthearted, you know. That first trailer made it seem like, you know, Marvel was making this, which was quite worrying. But she's saying specifically that you will find the darker stuff, which, I mean, that's exactly what you would hope, right?
Certainly leans more high fantasy in places like the Crossroads. Don't worry. Those who miss the gore and dark fantasy of Origins will find that too in places where the Blight has spread. But I couldn't help but spend a lot of my time just running around in Treviso, the bustling city that's home to the Antivan Crows faction. For one thing, a lively city feels like a novelty in Dragon Age. But there was simply so much to explore that I kept getting sidetracked. A merchant with unique items here, a new quest to pick up over there, and a random combat encounter over there. And that's just when I wasn't looking around for a cat or dog to pet. Because yes, you can pet the cats and dogs.
10 out of 10 IGN.
Outside of the cats and dogs, there are some unique ways to interact with the environment as well. Each companion has an environmental ability, some of which came in quite handy for me. In my time in the Arlethan Forest, I frequently called upon Balara, whose environmental ability allows her to tinker with magical artifacts. In a nice quality of life feature, your companions don't even need to be in your party in order for you to use these abilities. As an aside, another one of my favorite quality of life additions is the fact that party banter pauses and picks up again later if you trigger combat, a cutscene, or anything else that would interrupt their dialogue. That's right, no more awkward standing around in order to hear the complete conversation.
Oh, yes.
If you're feeling overwhelmed, the difficulty and accessibility options do allow for about just as much or as little hand-holding as you need. For example, with one Antivan Crows quest I was doing, I could turn the navigation on and simply follow the game's guidance, or turn it off and look for clues in the environment to follow. In this case, the crow's purple symbol painted on certain walls.
I do like that as well. One of the things I've said, if you've played The Witcher 3 before, this is like a little if you want to replay it, hack for you. The Witcher 3 is built in a way where they actually do give you enough guidance within dialogue to navigate levels and find objectives. So usually what they'll say is like, yes, go find this building with the red door next to the tilting tower that's come unstable after years of wear. And then you go, and if you look for the tilting building, you can find the door that's red and then find your way in. And so you can actually turn off like the UI and the objective markers and stuff in The Witcher 3 and play it and find your objectives without needing the points of interest like guiding you there specifically. And I encourage you to try playing it that way, because it'll make you appreciate the environment so much more. Whereas a lot of the time when you're playing with just quest markers and stuff, your eyes are just focused exactly on the white dot, or your eyes are focused up here and you're just following the objective markers. So I encourage you to try playing some games like that. Other games like Assassin's Creed have experimented with it with, I think they call it adventure mode, where it turns off the guidance and you can just, they'll say like they're on the coast by the docks, and they sail a boat with a crab printed on the sail or something. Exploration mode, is that what they call it? I recommend you try that because it really does make it much more immersive. I love that kind of thing.
Another mark this way.
I also just happened to be playing an Antivan Crow Rook while completing this quest, which led to some fun dialogue options.
We Crows are all the army Antiva has, but it's not like we can field a garrison.
Once I was in the thick of things, I could clearly see the features in the Veilguard that boiled down to, okay, we heard the complaints about Inquisition, specifically addressing the infamous Hinterlands problem, which is a reference to the first open world area players visit in Inquisition. The zone was packed with more than 50 side quests, many of which boiled down to mere fetch quests, and it left many players drowning in a bevy of checklists that felt inconsequential to the story.
I remember my wife Nikki, she was telling me how she thought that was the whole game when she first played it, because she didn't look at like any reviews, no, like nothing. She just played it, and she thought that the Hinterlands was like that was it, that was the whole thing. And so she's like, oh, well, the game's pretty underwhelming. And then she realized, no, that's just the starter area, and then the game actually starts. And so for her, it was a bit of a roller coaster. Yeah.
Veilguard has boiled this down quite a lot. You're still free to explore, but the scope isn't nearly as dizzying, and the quests point back to the main story, a region or faction, or a companion. Another clear reaction to criticisms of Inquisition are our villains in the Veilguard, Algernon and Gillenane. The two elven gods feel much more present throughout the events of the early game than Corypheus, the frankly lackluster baddie of Inquisition.
Whatever comes, we're ready for a fight. Words easily said, but rarely proven.
While there's a whole lot more Thedas to see and talk about, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it back home to the lighthouse. The lighthouse will likely be the most important location of the Veilguard, serving as the hub for you and your companions. Each one of your companions has their own room, and conveniently, a light shines outside of their door when they have a cutscene available. Once you get further into Act 1, it certainly starts to feel more lived in, and you can discover some pretty charming character quirks. For example, I found that Emmerich's skeletal assistant Manfred enjoys spending time on the balcony, and we even got a few games of rock, paper, scissors in. The lighthouse is also, obviously, where you're able to do some housekeeping, especially when it comes to the caretaker.
Offer, dweller. I will answer.
This wildly helpful spirit is always standing by to help you enchant and upgrade armor for you and your companions. But I found the lighthouse somewhat symbolic of one of the biggest challenges this game is facing: bringing in new players while honoring the now incredibly vast lore that Dragon Age has built across the games, comic books, short stories, and more. Basically, if you were worried that the name change from Dragon Age Dreadwolf would mean less Solus, think again. His history, along with the history of the other elven gods, is baked into the lighthouse, and you learn more and more about the threat you face as you unlock Solus's murals with various wolf statues. You even get to see some of his memories firsthand.
They need gods who can protect them. We are not gods. You will learn that.
As a lore nerd, I very much appreciated this, as well as the various other callbacks to series history. The Origins fans will likely love the Grey Warden heavy quests, and we already know the Inquisitor will be involved in some way, as you can recreate them and select your world states in the character creator.
Interesting.
But I do wonder if it'll overwhelm new players, which BioWare certainly seems to be courting with its action-heavy combat system. That's why it helps, at least, to have something of an outsider like Rook to take the helm of the Veilguard. Plus, the scrappiness of Rook reminded me a bit of playing as Hawke in Dragon Age 2, rather than the more Chosen One-esque protagonists of the Warden in Origins and the Inquisitor in Inquisition. In short, a lot changed in Dragon Age the Veilguard, but there was so much I was relieved to see stay. The focus on companions and romance, the rich lore, and a gorgeous world to explore. It goes without saying that there's still a ton of the Veilguard that I haven't seen, especially if it's as big as Origins and Inquisition, and it certainly seems like it. But after finishing my preview, I found myself even more eager to dive into it, and much more hopeful that this could be the hit BioWare needs.
That's quite optimistic. I will say, I don't think that anybody has been able to get them to say how big this is. I don't think anybody's gotten them to say that. Because I've looked at articles, I've looked at previews, I've looked at everything that's come out so far, and I haven't heard anybody say, oh, it's expected to be 80 hours or 50 or 20. Like, I haven't heard anybody say that. So as far as I'm aware, they're keeping that close to their chest, which is interesting. It's very interesting. So sound short then? Well, no. It just means that they don't want to put a number on it because like that might not be that beneficial. You know, it's just like, if you know that the game is expected to be 10 hours long or 20 or 30 or 40, like that might change how you play it. Whereas if they just leave it totally open-ended, then they just don't have to stress about it. And if it really is like a robust RPG, the odds are pretty high that your choices could lengthen or shorten that. So you just don't know. And then beyond that, there's still like what, a month and a half out from launch. So you don't know. What I will say is based on that preview, I mean, that I would consider to be a very positive preview. Granted, I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's IGN. And for a lot of people, that's not perhaps the most reliable outlet, which is totally fair and totally fine. Especially after things like their reporting on Black Myth Wukong, where they were really, really dedicated to bashing that game for whatever reason. They just picked it as their target. So I can understand why some people might not be like, I'll believe it when I see other people's impressions, which is totally, totally fair. And those impressions will come on the 19th, which is whatever, next Thursday. So this coming Thursday, you'll get to hear what people like me, people like Wolfheart thought of it. And I'm sure there will be lots of impressions. They gave Dustborn a 7. Yeah, IGN did. The tough thing with IGN and most of these big websites is that they have so many employees that like they'll send Sarah to review Dustborn and then Dave to review Dragon Age, and then Jessica goes and reviews what was the other one they gave a 7 that was like really bad? Concord. Like they'll give all these people, and so basically you got 3 different people that gave 3 very, very different games, 7 out of 10s. And it's just I think it leads to a lot more confusion than people realize. Did you hear that the PS5 Slim disk drive isn't compatible with the PS5 Pro? Is that true? I think it is compatible. I thought that was the whole point of it. Yeah, did they? No, I think it was PC Gamer gave Space Marine 2 a 6 out of 10. Was it IGN? I don't think it was IGN. Yeah, they gave it an 8. You're mixing up PC Gamer and IGN. Yeah, PC Gamer has been a little out there with some of their reviews. And some of their other reporting on stuff has been really, really weird. Where's the review? Games. Reviews. Yeah, they gave it a 6. You're thinking of PC Gamer. Ithi, thank you for the super chat. I want to be blindly optimistic, but BioWare has made it hard for me. Yeah, well, and I don't even really know what blindly optimistic is. I think cautiously optimistic is the stance that anybody should take after that preview. Is okay. People like, she sounded like she's a storied fan of Dragon Age. So she sounds like she really does love Dragon Age, and she's watching it closely and is optimistic. She referenced, all the other games in the franchise, and I would guess that they selected her to do this preview because she knows the games. So if she, as a fan of Dragon Age, left very positive, I think that says a lot. Does that mean that people who are not fans of Dragon Age will like it? Not necessarily. Does that mean that people who have never touched these before will like it? Not necessarily. Maybe it means they like it way more than even Dragon Age fans. We just don't know yet. And we'll know that probably, or have a better idea of it once we see previews. Again, next Thursday. But like, whenever you get previews that come out with lots of gameplay for an upcoming game that are very positive, that should be encouraging to you. It doesn't mean that you will necessarily like it. It doesn't mean you have to like it just because other people liked it. But that's not a, like, you know, that is a piece of evidence in the good column that tips the scale that way, which is what you want. That's what you want. So there's still going to be people that are committed to cynicism with regards to the game, but I encourage everybody to try to be skeptical and not cynical. You know, if it ends up being ass, it will be ass and it will be clear. But if it ends up being good, it's important to acknowledge that. Otherwise, like, you lose out on credibility, and you also miss out on potentially a good game because you're so committed to being negative, you know? And that's not good either. Speaking of being negative, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's see this. Let's talk about this real quick. Let me see. Did I have any... Spec Ops, good to see you, my friend. 19 months. Might have been a different reaction with the wolf spiders we have here in North Carolina. Harmless, though. Or the brown recluse, which is harmful. Yeah, this year has just been crazy for spiders in Colorado. I don't know what it is, but this year specifically has been really, really bad. They're even trying to get on camera, on stream. Let's see. Sam, thank you for the 5. This will be the worst Bioware game I buy day one, and I am already mad. Based on that preview, you might not be mad. And it might not be the worst. Based on this preview. Thank you for... I read that one, Athi. Thank you again for that. Arik, thank you for the 2. Which Dragon Age should I play as a first-timer? I mean, I would say prep. I would say ask Dragon Age fans who are much more familiar with that. But the general thing I've heard from like my wife is if you can stomach it, play Origins, and then like literally just work through the franchise from the beginning. Origins has aged a lot, but if you can manage to play it on like PC and you can tolerate it, Origins I think is the way to go. It's just, again, it's an old game and it plays like an old game, but if you can stomach it, it's a good time. Okay, let's see this. Ready? News segment. All right, everybody, buckle up. There's going to be comments, I have no doubt, in the comment section of this clip and also in our live chat. And we're just going to smile and nod as we go through this. But I want to see this because, again, we are committed to looking at games skeptically, not like cynical pricks, but skeptically. We're going to evaluate this. My current stance on AC Shadows is that I haven't seen anything that really gets me particularly excited. And I'm saying that as somebody who has historically really liked Assassin's Creed games. And even AC Odyssey I thought was pretty impressive as a game, you know. And that's why it was nominated for Game of the Year against like God of War 2018 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Obviously it didn't beat those games, but it was a very good game for 2018. This is coming from that same specific team. So it's a different team than did Valhalla, which I did not like. I called that a travesty of open world design. And this game is supposedly the first of a new trilogy, but basically a new set of the evolution of Assassin's Creed games of this type. So this is the world trailer where they're going to show a lot of varied environments running seemingly, you know, they say mix of gameplay footage and in-game cinematics captured on PS5 console or PC, unless otherwise noted. So they're saying this is how the game actually looks. Gameplay footage and in-game cinematics. That's not in-engine footage. They say in-game cinematics. Okay, so they're saying this is how the game will actually look when it releases. So let's just check it out. You go in the comment section and then there's people freaking out about it, but I never know what's real or what's just outrage over Yasuke stuff. So let's see what it actually looks like. The horse animation looked a little fugly. Oh, but that weather looked good. I'll give him that. This is definitely console footage we're looking at right now. You can tell because look at the raindrops here in just a second. When it zooms in. You see the aliasing? This is PS5 footage for sure. It's me, the samurai. It's the seasonal system. Yeah, that was cute. I'll give him that. That was cute. And that's it. Gut check. Actually, I might not want to ask that because there's a thing with AC Shadows right now that makes it really hard to evaluate. And this is something that, like, whether you love or hate it, I think you can acknowledge. My stance, even after seeing this, is still like, I've said this before. I don't give like the Japanese setting any like extra bonus points. I'm just not. I've never been into like feudal Japan. I've never found it particularly interesting or compelling. Ancient Egypt, I'm your guy. Pirates, I'm your guy. If it's a game with any of those, it's like +1, +2 to my score because I just love those settings and I just love it. I eat it up. But Japan doesn't do anything for me. If anything, like I find it kind of actively uninteresting for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's just the way my brain works. So for me, it's just already I'm like, eh. And so when I'm looking at this, like I do think parts and shots of this are graphically really impressive, and like the big expansive shots, I do think that looks interesting. But in the context of a video game like this, I want to know like, okay, well, what are we doing though? It's a beautiful forest, sure, but what do you do in the game that makes this forest worth running through, worth exploring? And, you know, we see this, which presumably is like a parkour challenge. Maybe there's some loot back there or something like that. But even this, it's like, okay, so there's hills and mountains and valleys and stuff. But one of my frustrations with Valhalla is it felt like there were just hills and trees and forests and stuff you'd run through to get to the next city where the interesting thing was. You run through the next one, then you get to the same city that looks pretty much the same. And I just didn't understand what I felt like the world was big, but it wasn't very deep, you know? And so far, I find it interesting that they've marketed this in a very different way than Valhalla. If you remember Valhalla, I think in the reveal trailer, I think they showed some supernatural stuff even in that one. Or Odyssey. Let's do Odyssey instead. Announcement. Let's do Odyssey, because that's the same team, okay? So this is the announcement trailer for Odyssey. And even in that trailer, this is 2018. Like, in some ways, guys, I think this might even look better. Like maybe shadow quality is a little worse, but the cinematics in Odyssey looked amazing. You know, like, Jesus. I think it's at the end of this where they show Medusa. Yeah. Look at this. Right. Coming up. Right there. Right there. So even in this one, they show Medusa. They show Medusa. So they had supernatural stuff in the game that they showed you right up front. With this game, as far as I'm aware, they haven't shown any supernatural stuff, which makes me wonder if they've really done like a full pivot in tone, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but I do find it really interesting. Because I've debated this with Joel Raptor, where Joel Raptor was like, no, there's going to be supernatural stuff, I would think, because they've done that a lot. But like, I still just don't know. Maybe they've made a pivot. Maybe there isn't going to be any supernatural stuff. It's interesting because it just seems to be approached very differently. As for this stuff, they show the seasonal change. You know, they show shots of Yasuke walking in the snow. That's going to be like the big feature of this game, is that you can take on similar encounters in the snow versus in the summer, you know, when it's hot. Weather systems will have an effect and all that. That's absolutely true. But we haven't seen that gameplay in action, and that's where I still am curious. But look at this. This horse animation jumped out to me as a little funky. Just watch the horse's feet. It doesn't seem to move right. It's very quick, and maybe it's just the way that it's captured. But them horse feet are moving kind of weird. I don't know, maybe it's just the angle of the shot. Maybe it's the speed of the shot. In motion, it just looks a little weird. Maybe I'm being unreasonable. Because slowed down, it doesn't look bad. I don't know. Slowed down, it doesn't look bad. Maybe it's just in motion, it seems off. Because I don't want to be unfair. It's just in motion. Something about it hits my eye weird. Maybe he's just moving too smoothly over rough terrain. Maybe that's why my brain doesn't like it. I don't know. But I do think the whole thing with shadows, this takes us back to one of the things we've said a lot before, which is it's often perception over reality, okay? If the perception, or in other words, like the perception is the reality you have to deal with. The perception around shadows right now is very toxic. And I think even the people that are perhaps the most ardently opposed to this and to Yasuke, they would even acknowledge that the discourse and discussion around the game is probably a bit toxic right now. It feels like you can't talk about the game without it being flooded with people that call it like woke garbage, or they call it like Ubisoft, or they'll throw things out like that. Even if we just go down in the comment section, you know, I'm sure there's going to be lots. All right. All right, Ubisoft, you won. I'll play Ghost of Tsushima one more time. Okay, other people are pointing out the horse thing too. So yeah, it's not just me. In an interview, Ubisoft said, "We have to make it so that Japanese people can understand that this is Japan. I'm not satisfied with this in Japan, so please remake it now. Copyright violation is also a crime. Please apologize and compensate those who have been caused trouble, including the gun." I have no idea what they're talking about. Is this a reference to the like banner that was used? I don't know. Yeah, they're talking about like copyright violation. I think that's in reference to the banner. The stock price. Yeah, referencing investors too. It was a movie where you could see that not a single Japanese person was involved. Why is the BGM? What is BGM? Somebody will have to tell me there. I don't know. We wanted to be as authentic to the setting and culture of Japan. That's why we put Chinese music over this trailer and hip hop whenever a black man fights. They have done weird hip hop music whenever Yasuke fights, which I find to be strange creative choice, to say the very least. If this was not done in a pandering way intentionally, it really comes off as an attempt at pandering when you put hip hop music over a black character. You know, like it just doesn't it doesn't work. BGM is background music. Oh, that's what they mean by BGM. So where was that comment again? Where was it? Am I looking right at it? Oh, why is the background music Chinese? Also, the trees are so uncanny. Feels like Ubisoft never stepped into rural Japan and used bonsai trees to furnish the backgrounds. Like, with a lot of these things, I think to the average casual gamer, I don't think they're going to care that much, honestly, that maybe the trees and fauna are not one-to-one accurate. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm wrong there. But I think for most people, they play through these games and they don't look that closely. I think maybe a miscalculation Ubisoft made was that people who are like stands for Japan and Japanese culture and feudal Japan and find this period really interesting, they are, let's just say, hyper fixated on it. You know, I imagine that it's I don't know if there's crossover with like anime fans or if it's crossover with what, but I think the people that are into Japan that I've known are really into Japan. So I think they might have been playing, you know, with a hot potato, as it were. But I do think some of the critiques are very valid. I don't like the hip hop music whenever Yasuke comes on screen. That to me screams pandering. I find that to be like, I don't know what the justification is, honestly. I thought it was weird when they first revealed the trailer and, you know, it's like Nawe fights and it's all like flutes and whistles and it's, you know, it's very, very in line with what you'd expect. And then Yasuke gets up on screen and it's boo, 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 and it's like, guys. What are we doing? Okay. Like, what are we doing? I think we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. Don't pretend like we don't. And that's, I think, why people are perhaps most perturbed is because when it's so transparent, it's like, okay, I don't like, you know what you're doing. We know what you're doing, you know? So that's one that's harder to justify in my view. I think if you, I don't know if these trees are accurate to the area and I won't pretend to. And honestly, I personally, as a video gamer, I don't care that much if this particular type of tree is not accurate to this region of Japan. That doesn't really matter to me. If it's a good video game, I can have fun whether the trees are accurate or not. Were all of the trees in AC Valhalla accurate to the region? I have no idea, and I don't particularly care. So I do think that there are some unfair complaints that are being levied as well. Like, if you really want to start nitpicking games to that extent, we can do that for a lot of other games too. And I think you might realize that there's, you know, not many games that will hold up to that standard. But I think all of this discourse pretty clearly started from the choice to build the game around Yasuke. And I think it's fascinating that choice, which was probably made like 4, 5, 6 years ago to choose him as one of the protagonists for the game, I think that choice will pretty much determine the public discourse around the game, because it seems like that choice has springboarded a whole group of people online who are committed to finding any little bitty thing with this game and ripping it apart and opening it up. Things like the banner that was copied from like a reenactment troupe or something, that was used in some concept art. That, for I think a lot of games, would be like, oh, yep, oops. And then it would be a story everybody would forget about. This trailer is flooded with references to that specifically. And so it seems like there's a large number of people who are committed to making sure that no matter how this game actually turns out, that it is torn apart as best they can. And as far as I can tell, most of that starts from Yasuke, and then other things kind of flooded from that, because they feel as though Yasuke's inclusion was intentionally rewritten for the purposes of trying to pander. And then when you see things like, you know, the hip hop music that pops up whenever he fights, it's really hard to argue that that was just an organic choice that came about authentically during the music writing process. Like, I think we all know what you're doing there. So I find it fascinating that one choice like this and the way that they've handled the feedback from it, instead of just being like, yeah, guys, it's Assassin's Creed. We've never pretended like we're one-to-one historically accurate. We just thought it could be interesting to put an outsider into the culture of Japan and see how they would have reacted and explored, inspired by a historical character, but we've definitely fudged the historical record a lot. If they just said that, I think people would have been like, okay, yep. And they've arrived there now. I think that's now their current approach to defending it. But when they first announced this game, they were trying to say that this was like, he was the first truly, I think they said word for word, they're like, this is the first historical character who's playable in the game. And it's like, you're kind of fudging it so much. It's not even the same guy anymore. You know, there's a lot there. But it's just, it's a debate that frankly didn't even need to happen, which I think is my broader point. If they had just had a samurai that they invented like Nawe, just a character that they came up with and wrote specifically for this game, just like, you know, having Cassandra versus Alexios. If they just had that, I don't think any of this would have ever come up. And people would just be like, yep, it's another Assassin's Creed game. It's just fascinating to me. It's really, really fascinating to me. But it basically could determine the outcome of this game, which probably cost anywhere from $300 to $500 million when all was said and done. You know, it's crazy. I think at the end of the day, based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like a step forward for the Anvil engine. I think some of the skin and lighting and cinematics for Odyssey, I think still look almost better, personally. But I don't think this looks bad at all. I think some of the stuff with like these nature shots, you can tell are running on console with like FSR upscaling in the trees in the distance. I don't think it's bad. It's about in line with what we've seen with other open world games. But shots like this look really good. Lots of detail packed into it. And I think that looks fine. I still don't really know what we're doing in the open world. I still don't really know what exploration looks like. I don't know how much of an RPG this is compared to Odyssey. I don't know what direction they're going. Are they going more open world adventure, less RPG? Are they going more RPG, less adventure? I just don't know, because we still, again, have not really seen much of the gameplay of this. But, oh, wow, thank you, my dear. My wife brought me grilled cheese and tomato soup. Is it cold outside? This is like a wonderful cold day meal. I'll just pretend it's cold outside. Oh, it's 90 degrees out. It's like 80. It's like 80. Hey, thank you. Love you. So yeah, shout out to wives everywhere. So I don't think what they show here specifically, if this were any other game, I think people would look at this and be like, yeah, it looks pretty good. But in the context of Ubisoft, with the context of how they've handled Yasuke and all this stuff, I can understand why some people might be a little more towards it. My stance after this is still like, yeah, looks like a fine open world game set in Japan. It doesn't look like anything particularly remarkable to me personally, if we look at it just in a vacuum. Within the context of everything else, I can understand why people might be a little less stoked about it, but a lot of these things and these comments, I think, they mix like some very fair critiques, and then there's a lot of trolling too. And it's just really hard to get a finger on the pulse of how fans actually feel. Because Assassin's Creed is a huge franchise. You know, Valhalla sold tens of millions of copies. But if you listen to the discourse online, you would not think it sold tens of millions of copies. I think like 20 million roughly. And that's because the people that play Assassin's Creed are in their bubble, and the people who hate on Ubisoft are in their bubble. and there's not much interaction between the two. And if you're ever interested, like, go to channels that are dedicated to covering Assassin's Creed, and you will see that they're actually relatively optimistic and positive about Shadows. But if you go over to, like, I don't know, an Asmongold video or something, people might be a lot less optimistic, let's say, to say the very least, about Shadows. And I think a lot of that is because Shadows, specifically in this case, has gotten caught up more so than usual Ubisoft games. It's gotten caught up in this, like, culture war with debates about, you know, woke decisions in gaming, activist participation in gaming, pandering in gaming versus just focusing on what makes the best game first and foremost. And I think that's why this is such a hot potato. Whether it affects final sales, we don't really know. Right now, according to, I think it was Insider Gaming, pre-orders are actually pretty good internally for Ubisoft. So they're not even like openly saying it publicly, but according to leaks from inside Ubisoft, pre-orders are pretty good. Now, if I recall correctly, they also said similar things about Star Wars Outlaws, that pre-orders were, like, pretty good. And that game ended up missing sales targets and not performing to their expectations. So this might also be in a similar spot. But what I do think is almost certain at this point, I think, without a doubt, there will be fewer YouTubers covering AC Shadows than covered Valhalla. And because of that, I think you're going to see a big drop in what's called, like, earned media. So, or earned marketing. It depends kind of how you frame it. But basically with any project, with any game, with any movie, anything, you have a certain amount of, you know, potential marketing for a game. Like impressions is how you could maybe track this or whatever else. You have a certain amount that you pay for. Okay. So you spend $50 million marketing your game. That's what this amount is. Your hope is that YouTubers, TikTokers, streamers, people that you're not paying will then come in and do what's called earned media, which is just media and coverage and discussion over your product or service or whatever that you didn't have to pay for, that just was earned based purely on the hype or excitement, whatever else. So you think of something like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, this chart would look much more like total marketing excitement would be like, you know, they spent very, very little. And then the earned media or the free stuff they didn't have to pay for was all the rest of this. Just TikTokers, YouTubers, streamers, everybody just talking about it with their friends. Everybody was super, super into this based on word of mouth. And they barely had to market it at all. You flip it around and you look at something like Immortals of Avium, which was like also a huge, big budget game. They spent a ton of money on marketing. Like so much money on marketing. Okay. Just using the big rush for this. So much. And the earned media was almost non-existent. All paid, and it didn't really do anything. With Assassin's Creed Shadows, what I think is almost certain is that if Odyssey was more like let me swap back to this. If Odyssey was more like this, like half paid, half earned, YouTubers were covering it, streamers were covering it, people were playing it, gets nominated for Game of the Year, that helps it sell some more, and you know, half of it is earned, half is paid. I think Shadows is going to be much more like this because I've already seen it. I've talked to other creators who were like, yeah, I was expecting to cover Shadows a lot on my channel now, like for this year, but the comment section, the discourse around the game is so toxic, I don't even want to bother. So I'm just not going to make the videos on it. And as a result, you're seeing far fewer people make videos on it. And that is going to be the thing that actually could impact sales. Assassin's Creed fans, I don't think are that worried about Yasuke. I think they're used to Ubisoft characters and writing and kind of reworking the historical stuff. So I don't think that will turn them away. But what I do think will potentially turn them away is just the lack of excitement and discourse in the community because people just don't want to deal with the toxicity that comes in with it. So I think that is going to affect it. Even Toxic Talk is earned media. Yeah. But it's still earned media, but I'm also not a believer within marketing a product that all press is good press. I don't buy that. I think Concord is a great example. Just because lots of people were talking about it did not mean that people were playing it. Did not mean that people were buying it. That did not translate. They had a lot of earned media. It just was all negative and it didn't help them at all. So I think that this is going to affect it. My gut, I think Joraptor, in our podcast was saying that he expects this to sell maybe a little bit worse than Valhalla, but still very, very well. I don't know, because I haven't tried the game. I haven't seen it. I don't know exactly how the game is, but if the public sentiment remains like this and the discourse remains this toxic, I think that basically no YouTubers are going to be talking about it. Nobody's going to be covering it except for the most dedicated channels. And as a result, you're going to see probably less overall marketing and discussion over it. Valhalla popped off, but I think Valhalla popped off because people were really excited to finally have like a big open world RPG kind of game where they could play as a Viking. And that was something that was basically never served in that way up until that point. And with this, I think a lot of people just feel like we've already gotten a really good Assassin's Creed similar game in Japan, and that was Ghost of Tsushima. And so this game comes along and might be okay, might be bad, might be good. We just don't know yet. But it just hasn't, there's nothing that's really blown anybody away so far, I think. So we'll see how it plays out. I think it's important for us to all maintain, again, a skeptical outlook instead of a cynical outlook. I understand some people might just approach it cynically because they feel like it's been proven to their satisfaction that this is a game built around like pandering to like outside investors for whatever special funds from BlackRock, whatever. Maybe that is the case. And if that's been proven to your satisfaction, I can at least understand why you'd approach this cynically. And there's not really anything they could do to win you over or win you back or whatever. But I do think that there's a large number of people out there who are just Assassin's Creed fans who are going to buy this no matter what and are just not going to engage with the comments, in the YouTube comment section. Like, you can see 1K upvotes, 2K upvotes, 1K upvotes, 500 upvotes and stuff. If you scroll down, you start to hit like 2,000 upvote comments on people saying like, oh, it looks good, or 4,000 people thinking that it looks awesome. And then you see, 20 upvotes. I'm assuming this is, let's see. Compliment. It's convenient to only want to take in good things from overseas, but there are too many people who have clear malicious intents. For the time being, I don't have a good image of Europe and America. Okay, I'm not really sure what they're saying. Yasuke. Okay, like I see this is the kind of comment that I'm saying is a little bit toxic. Just a little. Dare I say a lottle. So when I'm seeing like these comments get upvoted too, I'm starting to like, I think that shows that maybe there's a lot of these people that are not arguing in good faith, shall we say, that are not being, I think, fair. So anyway, we'll keep looking at it. We'll keep following it. As of right now, just looking at it as a video game, I still am like, because I liked Odyssey. I didn't like Valhalla. This looks to me much more in line with Valhalla than it does to Odyssey, which to me is like an active turn off, because I'm not that into the Japanese setting to begin with. So I'll keep an eye on it. I'm just as of right now, yeah, but we'll see. I get there's some crossover, like a samurai character in the Japanese setting, but AC games don't play the same as Ghost of Tsushima, and they're also covering different characters. The time period's different. Yeah, I just think that people were demanding like a stealth-based Assassin's Creed game in Japan 10 years ago. And now they're going to get it, but it feels like it's just come too late. Like now that the franchise has moved into this like open world RPG style, I think a lot of people are just like, yeah, well now I'm not sure if that mix fits super well, you know? It's just like a day late and $1 short. As thank you for that. Hogwarts was too toxic to touch, yet sales said otherwise. It may not make the same numbers, but it doesn't mean it'll be a failure either. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Just because the public discourse is toxic does not mean that it won't perform well or it won't sell well. Because I do think there will be a lot of people playing it. I just think that they'll be quiet about it and they'll buy it. And, you know, my question is whether that earned media difference affects... will actually affect the final sales numbers. Because like with Hogwarts Legacy, you could make videos and there would be toxic people that would come in, sure. I don't think it was this bad. With this, you might have like anywhere, usually in my videos that might do like 200,000-300,000 views on the main channel. I'll get maybe 500 people that come into the comment section and just try to flood it with copy and pasted, very, very toxic messages. Kind of like that last one we looked at where it's like, they say, like there was one guy that I think he came into live chat and he was like, you're trying to censor me on your main channel because I was speaking the truth about AC Shadows and the woke agenda and all this. And he just goes off. And so I was like, I'm curious. So I pulled it up. I think it was a comment on one of the videos actually, but I pulled him up and I filtered like all my comments by his username and stuff. And I found that he had been leaving comments, but let's just say he was comparing Yasuke to a certain type of animal that tends to live in trees. And he was saying like some of the most vicious and disgusting things I've seen online in a while. And so YouTube was automatically hiding the comments because like it was able to detect it and flag it and hide it. And I was like, see, this is the problem, is that there are people with very valid frustrations over something like Shadows. And then there's people like that. And you like, I don't know if it's 90% valid critiques and people just genuinely frustrated with what they feel is like a disrespectful representation or presentation of a culture that they either know or appreciate or love, whatever, versus, 10% toxic, or if it's 90% toxic and only 10% good faith. You just don't really know, and it's all over the place. But what I do know is that the comments all kind of blend together, which perhaps is not a great sign for the people that are arguing in good faith, because I think that they're mixing in with some very, very maybe distasteful people, shall we say. So, anyway. Yeah. Gotta go pick up a cake for my dad's 70th birthday party. Have fun, guys. See you next week. Shout out to the Chess Club. Shout out to the Chess Club.
Shout out to the Chess Club.
Holla holla. Thanks for being here, my friend. Appreciate you. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Thank you for that super chat, Elijah.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Damn right. Lucas, thank you for the super chat. Turned 24 today. I love you streamed. I love your stream. I think it's I love your streams. Gets me through the week. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad to have you here, and happy 24th birthday. Happy birthday to Lucas, everybody. That's fantastic. Happy birthday. Blake, let's see. If I'm playing a historical game and they have it inaccurate to the setting, architecture, landscape, that'd bother me a lot. Like if they had Spanish architecture in Paris instead, would suck. I mean, I'm not familiar with Japanese architecture. I will be perfectly honest, and I won't pretend to be. Are they doing like straight up Chinese architecture in the clips in Japan, or is it just like the trees are a little different? Like I'm not familiar enough with it to know if it's that drastic. As for what I would expect from Assassin's Creed, honestly, I would be surprised if it were totally accurate. From what I can tell, it seems like, again, 95% of these frustrations started with Yasuke. And I've heard through the grapevine that like there were content creators that were being contacted. To be clear, I was not one of them. There were smaller content creators who are very much dedicated to Assassin's Creed, who were contacted like a couple years ago, like 2 to 3 years ago, and asked about Yasuke. And they were like, how do you think the community will react to this? How do you think they'll like it? How do you think this or that? So I think people were like, I think they were aware that there was potentially going to be some blowback, and they just decided to push through it. But I mean, it could end up just being one of the most unnecessary blunders for no real reason. Like, it's just the way that they handled it, trying to force it as like a historical choice instead of as instead of focusing on it as just a fictional choice they made for the fun of it, you know? Yeah. Oh, it's way too late to change it now. Yeah. It's just, it's strange to have a game where you're going to be celebrating Japanese culture, and you're going to be celebrating and exploring like the stories of the samurai and the ninja and all, you know, the shinobi and all this, and then you're going to go and like make active choices to do it this way. It's very interesting. Let's see. Samaya, thank you for that. I hope Nawe parkouring through the jungle and caves in the trailer is similar to hidden temples in the Ezio trilogy, but that's just my wishful thinking. I mean, I know that this team is capable of doing things on a huge scale. You know, they can make huge games. I don't know if they are doing it. If it's actually going to be like that crazy ambitious, but we'll see. Samuel, thank you for that. What do you think Ubisoft's next move should be? That's a good question. I mean, with these guys, I don't think that there is frankly, anything that they could do that would get them to chill out. I cannot think of something that they would do to get like the people in that comment section to go, okay, yeah, I'll consider buying it now. Part of that is because I don't think they were ever going to buy it in the first place. I don't think the people that are flooding that comment section are Assassin's Creed fans, to be clear. So I don't think they were the target audience. Ideally, you know, everybody's in your target audience, but I don't think they were ever going to entertain buying a Ubisoft game. But beyond that, like, I think if they just focus on the game and the quality of the game, and if the game is good, if it ends up being like a solid 8.5, even if it's amazing somehow and it's like a 9 out of 10, maybe then you could see it get like some more positive reception, and people will just be like, yep, doesn't really matter what the discourse is, we're still going to play it and have a good time. Then I think you'd get a Hogwarts Legacy situation where the discourse is really toxic, but it doesn't really matter. So yeah, but I honestly, I can't think of another way that it goes. I don't know how you'd save it. I know that the joke is like, oh, well, what they could do is they could just shut down. I agree, but still. Bedtime. Luke, I swear to God, eat the effing grilled cheese. Cold grilled cheese is a sin. Sorry. I personally don't like watching streamers when they're eating. It drives me crazy because I'm like, you're here to entertain me and you're just like I can't stand it. It drives me crazy. So I was trying to finish this just discussion before we move into that. I was trying to be respectful, guys. I swear. Also, thank you, IGVKS. Thank you for the €5. Your wife prepared food for you. Eat it before it gets cold. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. He just means Hassan. Oh, it's good too. It's good too. I mean, it's like, it's one thing if you're streaming for like 8 to 12 hours. Like, I get it. I understand it. But if you have the ability to, like, at the very least mute the mic or do something else, you know, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Dip and bite. Hold on. Do I have anything else to, like, play instead of you guys just having to sit in silence? Where to go? I just had something pulled up. Where to... Oh, there's leaks. Uh-oh. There's leaks from MBG. PS5 Pro early testing leak. Base PS5, 1080p to 1600 dynamic res, medium to high settings, frame rate between 45 and 60 FPS not locked. On the Pro, it's 1600 to 2160 dynamic resolution with no PSSR. All settings set to maximum, locked 60 FPS with no frame drops, looking into 4K 120 Hertz mode. Okay. They say the PS5 Pro adds an option for 8K, although this source hasn't tried it yet. The PS5 Pro has access to an extra 1.2 gigabytes of memory due to memory system efficiency. Documentation from Sony states that the PS5 Pro in practice exceeds 28% bandwidth increase. Pisser just got an update from version 9.0 to 9.4. It had image quality issues and uses 250 megabytes of RAM. According to this dev, there is no worry about running out of RAM. Sony added just enough usable RAM. High frequency CPU mode or high CPU frequency mode offers 10% more CPU performance for just 1.5% lower GPU performance. Interesting. Okay. So they're saying even without PSSR, they're able to hit this dynamic resolution. They can crank quality even higher. Interesting. I would love to know what that game is, to be clear. I don't think they say. I don't think the name of the game or engine was given to protect the source, but I believe it's a AAA game. I don't know. FIFA, Cyberpunk? I don't know. The pisser's full. Jesus. Anyway. Okay. I guess we could touch on this just real quick. I'll touch on it because I don't think we'll turn this into a clip because we'll probably go here in a second. I'll eat my food. But it was announced that Microsoft's cutting 650 staff from its gaming teams. They say no games, devices, or experiences will be canceled as a result of the cuts. It was first reported by GameFile. The head of gaming, Phil Spencer, shared the news with employees in a company-wide email. He said, quote, as part of an alignment with our post-acquisition team structure and managing our business, we have made the decision to eliminate approximately 650 roles across Microsoft Gaming, mostly corporate and supporting functions, to organize our business for long-term success. Throughout our team's history, we have had great moments. We have had challenging ones. Today is one of the challenging days. I know that going through more changes like this is hard, but even in the most trying times, this team has been able to come together and show one another care and kindness as we work to continue delivering for our players. Spencer claimed that the cuts would result in the cancellation of no games, devices, or experiences. Okay. This means that Xbox has now cut more than 2,500 jobs since it completed its $69 billion acquisition of Microsoft Blizzard. Microsoft's head of gaming announced in January that 1,900 staff would be cut off across Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, and Xbox. At the time, Phil Spencer claimed that the decision to cut the jobs was ultimately a result of lack of growth in the industry. In other words, my boss told me I had to cut some fat because we are running too expensive. Yeah. To be clear, job cuts are not just happening in the games industry. It's happening in the tech sector across the board. I mean, even my dad lost his job and was downsized. And so this is happening to everybody. That being said, I think it's important to note that a lot of the time what happens is when economic turmoil is a little cranked up, as it is right now. Things are very up in the air right now. Rates are getting cut, but then also like things are definitely over leveraged. And then there's also a lot of stocks that are definitely overvalued. So things are really shaky right now. And it's an election year, which doesn't help. And big corporations use that time as an excuse to make cuts because they can say, oh, it's because of the economy, when in reality they were going to do it whether the economy was good or bad. They can just blame it on the economy now. So that's one piece of it. Beyond that, with this, I think let's see, oh crap, that's my bad. It's my bad. I didn't look at my phone, and I'm realizing now that my manager was telling me we had a call. Oops. I'm a bad client. That's my bad. Anyway, this is definitely a I lost my train of thought again. This is a common problem. Every company is dealing with this, but it's also extremely common when companies undergo mergers and acquisitions because they buy a team. Like imagine you buy a big company and they have a marketing team, but your company that bought them out has their own marketing team. Do you really need two marketing teams? Probably not. You can probably cut it, trim it down, and you're going to let a lot of people go, but it's because they are what's the term they use all the time? They say it's not derivative, it's not repetitive. They say you have been redundant. Yeah, redundant. Thank you, Mr. Monster. Yeah, they say it's like it's been made redundant. Your job is not needed anymore. We have somebody else doing it. And frankly, they're better than you. So we're just going to keep it that way. And that's just how they get away with justifying it. And it does happen. I mean, if I'm only capable as a content creator of sitting in front of the camera and filming enough for maybe 5 videos a week, me hiring 5 different editors or 10 different editors would be too many. I wouldn't have work for them. They would have nothing to do. And so it wouldn't make sense for me to continue employing them. I know some people are like, well, Microsoft's a $3 trillion company. They should be able to afford to keep them on the team. And it's like, well, again, it assumes that they would be worth $3 trillion if they handled things that way. The reason they're worth $3 trillion is because they fire people when they don't think they are productive enough. And so that's what they do. And so, yeah, they're worth $3 trillion. And really, if they wanted to, yeah, they could keep 650 staff employed and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But the reason they're worth $3 trillion is because when 650 staff are, according to their whatever metrics not necessary for the business, yeah, they fire them, you know, because it's just not necessary. So if the company culture was to just keep everybody employed all the time, yeah, then that's a thing. I'm checking this text. Yeah, we have a fun legal discussion going on over contract stuff, and it's super fun, very much in the weeds. But anyway, let me catch up on these, and then I will eat my food, and we will go about our merry way. Arik, thank you for that. Luke, you got to check out the Kidness eating the cat song featuring Trump. Oh, is that song that's been going viral on TikTok? I forget how it goes, but yeah, it's like Trump in the debate saying they're eating the cats, and then they turned it into a whole song. It's actually somewhat catchy. I'm surprised I can't remember it now because it's been all over my feed the last like couple days. It seems everywhere. Let's see. JFD. I will check it out. I do know what you're talking about. Thank you for that. JFD, thank you for the super chat. First time I'm not excited for an AC. Have played all of them. Yeah, and I mean, it's bound to happen eventually. I know there were some people that were like, I don't like Viking stuff. I'm not interested. It's like, okay, don't play Valhalla then. Same with this. It's like if you don't like the look of Shadows, nobody's forcing you to buy it. It'll be interesting to see how it performs though. Athi, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you for that. And yeah, that's fantastic. Microsoft needs to tell Phil Spencer to get out like some did to Jim Ryan. That's the thing though, is that assumes that Microsoft's unhappy with how he's running things. I don't think that's assumed. I don't think you can assume that. I think Phil Spencer, according to Satya Nadella, has greatly expanded their gaming business and is trimming a lot of what they consider to be fat and making the business run more efficiently. And yeah, hardware sales are down, but they're getting bigger and bigger pieces of the pie by buying out Activision and all these other companies. So that assumes Satya Nadella is upset with how Phil Spencer is running the company. And that's not something you can assume because it seems like he's actually probably happy with it. I take Yokes, 28 months. Thank you for subbing with Prime. 28 months. That's crazy. Norcat, our resident troll. As a black Japanese man, I'm offended that Assassin's Creed Shadow wants me to play as a woman. You know what? I have not heard that frustration yet. So that is a new one. That's a new one. You got to finish the toast. Yeah, I'm not going to munch in your ear. So I'm just going to call it there. And, I will be back on Monday, rocking and rolling with another stream. I will see you guys then. Okay. Much love. Thanks for chilling with me. Thank you for the overwhelmingly tremendous support, subs, super chats, all that on the stream. You guys are amazing. You guys have a fantastic weekend. I love you all desperately. And I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses, my friends. Bye-bye.